Oh yeah. Oh boy. There we go. Well, can you hear my voice? I haven't said anything yet. How are you doing, Sammy? Please type again if you hear me. If not, that means that my headset isn't connected. I thought it was. It was blinking the blue light. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Ellie.
Hey, Sean.
Ellie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, good. I just woke up about 30 minutes ago. Got moving. Going to a truck stop that's got coffee that doesn't taste like it was filtered through a jock strap.
Yeah.
And I get better price on diesel here over here at the Small Loves truck stop here.
Yeah.
It's like 10 cents cheaper on the gallon. Every little bit helps.
True that, Sean. True to that.
Yeah, this is Racine, and in the middle of Racine in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Here.
Okay. Yeah, Sean, look what Sammy said about me.
What? What's wrong with Ellie?
Yeah, exactly.
Ellie doesn't bother anybody.
No.
If anybody bothers anybody, it's me.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, the Super Bowl for me, Sean Trucking, is this Saturday in Melbourne.
In Melbourne. Okay.
Yep. We call it the Big Dance.
Well,
AFL.
that's what we call every championship game in all sports.
Yeah.
And I always make the joke, what do you call it the big dance for when you don't know how?
Yeah. You see what he sent to me? What the fuck, Kuya Sean? Huh? That's what Sammy said. I was just joking to her on my private to her messenger, to be honest with you, Sean Truck. I was just joking, mucking around. I wasn't being serious. I was just mucking around.
Well, hopefully Sammy will understand.
Yeah, she will.
I don't, because I don't have a clue what's going on. Now, I won't be able to see the screen, but you guys can hear me and I can hear you. I'm outside the truck getting the fuel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna send Darren Dobson.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna send your StreamYard to show and all that.
Darren Dobson's probably in bed.
Yeah. To me, it's 7:26 p.m. in Australia.
Yeah, it's five something. I don't know. But I'm in Central Time Zone. He's in Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
But not when I deliver this load tomorrow. Or yeah, it'll probably be tomorrow.
Yep.
Because if that's in deliver it in Indianapolis.
Indianapolis.
Yeah, I'll fall short by 100 miles, maybe not even that, but I'll get close.
Indianapolis. I see. So where are you now, Sean Trucking?
I'm in Racine, Kenosha,
Kenosha
between
Racing.
Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Yeah. I'm trying to find on Google Maps. That's all, Sean Trucking.
It's just south of Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. There's Mohawk.
No, Milwaukee.
Give me a second. Maps, Ellie. Let's go maps. Come on. Directions. Okay. Me. MEWAKI. Milwaukee, USA. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, USA.
Yep.
So you're going from all there to like it's Townsend on Mars. It's 40
Well,
minutes.
I have to drive up to Curtis, which
Yeah,
is close to Minnesota.
yeah,
It's
correct.
like 211 miles away.
Yeah,
I got to pick up the load there and then head down to Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, and then where you going after Indianapolis?
I don't know.
Mhm.
One load at a time.
That's true, Sean Shocking. That's true because you can say our brain capacity can't handle too much. Only Indianapolis first. Another day it will be another location.
There, you guys can see me now. Hello.
I'm trying to find Canada. Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, that's way away from Darren. You got to go west.
West. So I have to go the left.
Toronto, Ontario.
Yeah. Not Oregon. Oh, that's up near Russia, Canada.
No. Well, on the
Yeah,
other side of the Arctic Ocean, yeah, is Russia and Canada.
yeah. Because now I'm in Yukon in the Google Maps, basically Sean Trucking. Yukon. And this White Mountain. No.
Oh, Christ. Yeah.
You're going to get yourself a coffee?
Yeah, once I'm done filling my tank up here.
Yep.
And I got to fill up my DEF tank.
Yeah, you have to feel you can say Sean Trucking both of your tanks.
No, just one.
Oh, one, okay.
Yeah, if I was if I was heading out west or like heading down to Florida, I'd fill both of them.
Yeah, because you need both of them to get to there.
Uh, There we go. Now I'm pumping the.
Yep.
I wish they could make it to where I could do both at the same time instead of one at a time.
Exactly.
It'd make it a lot quicker.
Yeah, and easier for you.
The Sam Hell. Yep.
Look what Sammy's saying in the chat, Sean. I'm just joking with Sammy, our friend, but she doesn't get the joke.
Yeah, I got about 2 more months, and I have say not be driving this truck anymore. I'll have a new one.
A red truck color or a different color truck?
Probably a different color.
Okay.
I think I'm going to get a black one.
Okay. Like Black Dog, I remember that movie.
It's a myth. I'll be right back, Ellie. I can't take my headset with me because it'll disconnect if I do that.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay. It's Mode. Hi. It's a co-host. It's Mode. To hit the thumbs up. Thank you so much on Sean Chocken's behalf. Please like and share the stream out. It's Mode to Shamel and Trish J. League One.
Ah, there we go. Oh, come on now, Sammy. Sammy, look. You known Ellie how long? And you known me how long? I got stupid humor too.
Mm.
All right.
I'm back, Sean.
I am too. Hey,
Yeah.
their system's down, so they can't charge anybody for anything. They can't sell you anything. But they said you can have a free coffee, and I was like, hey, yeah, I'll take that. That's what I came here for anyway.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Fuel. You guy came here for a cup of coffee and some fuel. Fuel my truck up.
Mm.
And I lose all my guests. They don't. No, they don't stay. They come in for a minute or two, and then they go.
Yeah.
Because what else is there to do?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, hey, you could have came in just to have a conversation.
Yeah.
You can even argue. I don't even care anymore. That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
At least we can discuss it.
Exactly. Because it takes more energy, Sean Trucking, to argue than not to argue.
Okay. Yeah, this is the state of Wisconsin. This is where all four of my grandparents are from.
Wow.
According to my one grandfather,
Mm-hmm.
Iron Eyes.
Yeah.
You don't forget the four B's from Wisconsin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The four B's: beer, brats, bikes, and broads.
Yeah. Because I remember what you told me, Sean, never trust, don't trust a hard on, don't trust a far. What was the third one?
You missed the first one. It's never pass a restroom.
Yeah, never pass the restroom. Correct. Thank you, Sean.
I don't remember what movie that was from, but Jack Nicholson said it.
Yeah. But when you have to go to the toilet, Sean Trucking, you have to go. You can't hold the number one or number two for bloody ever.
Wow, I just went in and got fuel and a coffee, and people already. I think I had like maybe 2 or 3 people in here.
Yeah.
And they all leave.
I'm here, Sean Trucking.
Like, okay, I appreciate it though.
Exactly. Because that's basically Sean Trucking, true friends.
Well, I'm only doing this just that we have someone to talk to.
Exactly.
Because some of the good conversations people have in the restroom, me, I don't like talking in the restroom. I just take care of business and get out of there.
Yeah, that's what you want to do, Sean Trucking. You want to do your wee poo poo, wash your hands, dry, get out, go.
Well, I mean, I'll talk to a driver, washing my hands at the sink, saying, "Hey, You know, like
Yeah.
during the wintertime and there's weather about, and you're like, hey, how's everything going back east or out
Okay.
west? You know, is the wind all right?
Mm-hmm.
How's the road conditions? Is it snowing? You know, you'll
Mm-hmm.
talk to somebody that just came from that area.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Mark Knight reveals he's based on his scenes from person Unifying Green. He's also gave a good plug. Man, I love to see that. Swans premieres this year. That's what happens. Swans premieres. Tomorrow night, grand final edition, live from. I love that. Mark Knight.
Oops. You forgetting that it's not closing up on me.
So now you're going to drive. Yeah.
Up to like the northwestern part of Wisconsin near Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's where I pick up my load, and then I'll head back this way to go down to Indianapolis.
Yeah. You're going to drive all night, Sean Trucking, or go to bed?
Well, it's early morning. It's 4:44 in the morning here.
Yeah.
I'll be driving, well, the rest of the day.
Yeah. It's just
Maybe.
yeah. I was saying, Sean,
Man.
she doesn't understand my disability. Sammy in the Philippines.
She may have forgotten about it, but I'm hoping I can make it down to my sister's house, have one last barbecue.
Yeah.
Have one last barbecue until the weather gets cold.
Mm-hmm. My subscribers now, Sean Trucking, for my YouTube channel is 2,741 subscribers.
Yeah, my subscribers have been hovering around 1,500 for the past year.
Okay.
And I probably lost a bunch.
Yeah. That's why I need to very soon, Sean, try to put more videos up there and record more videos in Australia. More different locations, you can say. That's what I want to do. From the Three Sisters, Katoomba, Blue Mountains, Sean Trucking. I want to record the big marina in Goulburn, Sean Trucking in Australia, New South Wales.
Well, you got to find interesting things. Like for you, I know. Well, that is a long trip. I didn't realize it was that far away from you. It's in your same province you're in, but I would go there if I could, you know, and I'd film the places where they filmed Mad Max and the Road Warrior. Man, that was pretty cool.
I love the movie, Sean Trucking, Mad Max, the new one. I loved it. Bloody good. Bloody good movie.
You mean I had to get over?
Did you watch the new Mad Max movie, Sean?
Ferosa, yeah, I got it. I got that about a month ago.
Yeah. How good is it?
Believe it or not, the guy he looks almost virtually identical to the original that played in Fury Road. Mm-hmm. He was the toe cutter in the first movie, Mad Max, years ago. He was the guy with the long white hair. He passed away, and I didn't realize it. and they found a replacement, and he looked just like him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that until I was reading about it. I'm like, that's not the guy that played the toe cutter that played, this new guy, with the long white hair.
Yep.
I'm like, whoever the actor was looked just like him.
What's his name?
But it was a pre-sequel to Fury Road, is what that Ferosa was. Mad Max
Correct.
wasn't even in it.
Mm-hmm. So Mark Knight. Mark.
Now, I wish Sammy was still here. She'd be able to tell me where that one dude. I don't know if she still talks to him, but he lives in Fond du Lac, and that's where I'm going to be going through here in a minute.
Yeah. She called me an asshole.
Well, hell, you should read all the things she calls me. I'm immune to it, though. I'm just waiting to hear something new. Ellie, you could type faster than I can.
Yeah. Because I had a lot of experience and practice. As well, Sean, would you like my Facebook so you can add me?
I'm not on Facebook.
Oh. What about
I was banned like 4 years ago from Facebook. I use the Messenger, yeah, but that's about it. I'm the only platform I'm on is YouTube. I've tried other ones, and I'm like, I ain't got time for this.
Have you tried Instagram?
No.
Try that one. That's a good one.
I was briefly on this one called Bigo, and to me, it's a cheap form of the OnlyFans page. And I'm like, this is not for me. I'm getting people sending me links everywhere. I'm like, who are these people? I don't even know them. To come to their channel, I go to their channel. Girl was totally naked and dancing around. And I'm like, whoa, what the heck is this? I'm like, okay, I'm gone. They're like, literally had hundreds of people in there. Well, not people. They were all dudes, most likely. And I'm like, no, thank you. So I uninstalled it on my phone. I'm like, I will not go back to that.
Yeah, I get out of it. That's what I'm saying. And now we're just waiting for sure to come.
I just don't get these girls that think that they're going to have a happy life showing themselves like that on a public platform like that. That's not a good idea.
That's correct.
Because most men, decent men, let's put it that way, good men, are not going to want a lady like that.
Yeah. Katy Perry, she's going to sing in the AFL. Sean Trucking this Saturday, halftime.
Katy Perry.
Yeah.
I have no clue who that is.
She's a singer.
I know a famous Perry, yeah. William the Refrigerator Perry. He was number 72 for the Chicago Bears.
Okay.
He had the nickname the refrigerator.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd like to. Wish it was the Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Meet up with my sister. We can go to Mongo's.
Mm-hmm.
He was a teammate of William the Refrigerator Perry. Steve the Mongo McMichael. Uh, I met him years ago when I was a kid,
Mm-hmm.
and he finally got inducted in the NFL Hall of Fame. And I'd like to say one last goodbye to him because he's dying of ALS. It's
Yeah.
really, it's really destroyed him. He's not the man that I once knew. It's like this
Mm-hmm.
is awful. But he owns a bar and grill. They got great food there. But he's only there during the games on Sunday
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because a lot of your Bear fans they'll go in there. Mostly they'll fill the place up every Sunday.
Correct.
He also wrestled in the WCW. He was the world champion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and a lot of cheese is made up here too. I forgot about that.
Cool.
That's what Wisconsin is known for. It's cheese, beer, brats, motorcycles,
Mm-hmm.
and the broads. I guess that's just the joke part there.
Mm-hmm.
But I slept good though
Mm-hmm.
because I had to stay awake until I got unloaded because that was a high val load I had.
Yep.
I had a load of Victoria's Secret.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, if I'm hauling it, there's not much of a secret, is there?
Exactly. I just want this Saturday to come, Sean, because I'll be at the fraternity in Fair Meadow, Sean Trucking, going live. Not showing the game because you know how it's copyrighted, basically, Sean Trucking, Sean, my friend.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can't. Well, you could probably play clips of a replay of the game,
Oh, yeah.
like certain plays and discuss it. But
Yeah.
while the game is being broadcast, no, you can't do that. That's breaking laws there.
Yeah. And like this, straight away shut me down. You think I want that, Sean Trucking? No. I
They
did hard.
probably would. They probably would shut your channel down for it. Yes.
Yeah, I don't want that, Sean Trucking. Sean, I don't want that. I did hard work for my channel. I want to keep going with it, not stuff it up. See, the mobile phone camera, Sean, I can put the video camera to me and I'll explain everything, Sean, while the game's on.
Now, what you can do while the game is going on, you could describe what's going on as long as you don't show the screen. You're just
Correct.
fine.
Exactly.
Because there's a lot of WWE influencers like Tantalizing Tony.
Yeah.
Very cool dude. I've talked to him a few times. He'll do that. There'll be like a pay-per-view event going on, and he'll be discussing what's going on in the match, and then talk to all of us about it. What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Oh, sir, where are you?
See, nobody talks to me anymore except for you and Sammy, I guess.
Yeah,
Sam,
yeah, and
Sammy,
Shannon.
Sammy only talks to me so she can cuss at me.
Yeah, yeah. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, Sean. That's what she said. Say. After dumping 2,000 times at Macquarie Pass. What an idiots. What an idiot, Sean. He dumps a lot of tires at Macquarie Pass. That's against the law. You can't do that in any country or any, forest or bush.
But I haven't seen him in a long time, and as far as I remember, Kuya Gords lives near here too.
Yeah, exactly.
He lives just right by the border of Indiana and Wisconsin on the Wisconsin side, but
Exactly.
he hasn't really done anything in a long time. I haven't seen him in ages.
Yep.
How you doing, Steve?
Hey, Steve.
Glad you could join the whatever, whoever's in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that live event going to do with Darren, the Halloween costume contest.
From Murad.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be my last one.
Forever?
Possibly, yes. That might be my last one.
Okay.
I think the only thing really keeping me in YT is I'm committed to that event.
Yeah, because he's our friend and we need to remember him.
Well, Darren's a good friend of mine too, and I don't want to abandon him.
Correct. Sean Trucking, to be honest, correct.
Yeah, I'm committed to that event, and that's on the 28th. And after that, because nothing's really exciting anymore. All I do is seem to piss people off, and I'm like, okay, forget it.
Mm-hmm.
People hate me for no reason.
Mm-hmm. You're cool. You're a cool guy, Sean. You are.
I'm like, Jesus, I come here because I have no social life and I have no one really to talk to.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
And it's not necessarily by choice. It's just because I work all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And sure, I run into people all the time that I don't know. Sometimes I bump into a driver that I was talking to a month ago at the truck stop in Jessup, Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, the conversation, hello, welcome to Love's. Hey, thank you. How much for all this? Pay my money, get my receipt for fuel, and I'm out the door, back in the truck driving. Yeah, it at first it can be it's a fun job and everything. You get to see everything, but it wears off.
Mhm.
It wears.
Yeah. Yeah, go get Katy Perry.
Yeah, later on, when if I get wherever I get shut down at, and I got good internet signal, I might do another short live stream. It's more of like a public awareness thing,
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to be really funny, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
depending on your level of sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
It's how not to use something in a certain way because this person didn't know and wasn't told properly on how to use this object,
Mm-hmm.
and it choked him.
Oh.
And I've got to tell everybody, look, these things are. I have one myself, and usually it's during the wintertime. And yes, I use it, and yes, it's great. It clears out your sinuses, makes you breathe better through your nose. But if you use it the way he did it, yeah, it's going to go right down to your lungs and choke you. uh, but when he did it, it was funny, but it's kind of like, okay, this could have went really bad. You know, it's good to pull a prank on somebody, but you don't want to kill them in the process.
Exactly. Kinko knows.
I don't know anything about that, Steve.
Yeah.
No, it's about using a neti pot. Yeah, it looks like a teapot, but it's designed where you lean over the sink and you tilt your head sideways, and you put it in one nostril, and the medicine you put in it with the warm water, it goes through your nose into your sinus cavity and then out the other nostril. And then you turn your head the other way, and then you use half of it, and then you turn your head the other way and put it in the other nostril and do the same thing. And believe me, it works. You know, you may not have anything, you don't feel like you have anything in your sinus cavity or your nostrils, but you do. And that can cause sinus infections, all kinds of things, and it could actually prevent you from having your sinuses clogged up too. Like
Yep, that's correct.
and it could stop you from getting a cold, where you only can breathe out one nostril. You know, if you're lucky. You know, it helps with all that.
That's
Well,
correct.
what it was is they were pulling a prank on his father, and he uses his thumb and covers up one nostril, puts the neti pot in the other, and just tilts his head back. Yeah, you do that, it's going to go right down into your lung cavity. He's
Mm-hmm.
like, he's
You're
sitting
right
there,
there, Sean.
he's sitting there choking to death and everything, and all of a sudden, he's laughing, and so is his stepmom. And he was like, "I shit my pants," and that right there, everybody usually loses it when he says that. But that man had no clue about the internet. Okay, he grew up in a different generation. It was his son Michael that really knew what to do,
Mm-hmm.
and they almost got their own TV show. They were in negotiations for it, but
Mm-hmm.
the problem is they wanted them to act out certain things, and Michael says my dad cannot act worth a shit, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't work. But he is even though he's been dead for like I think 5 years now, his channel is still huge.
Yep.
People go back and reminisce and watch his old videos. And the man I'm talking about is Angry Grandpa.
Yeah, him.
I was supposed to meet up with him once whenever I was in North Charleston because he stops at that Pilot for coffee. I told him I was going to buy him a steak dinner. I gave him a toy truck too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I really wanted to meet AGP.
Angry Grandpa. He was funny. God
Well,
bless.
they got this new one that replaced the neti pot. It's like a turbo. You just stick it in your nose, and it shoots the water up in the nostril, and the other one vacuums it out.
Yeah. I love the pillows from America, Sean. The DNKY pillows. I love them. They're good pillows.
The what?
DNKY pillows from America.
Never heard of them.
They're nice. Helix. HELIEX.
Thank God you didn't say Mike Lindell,
No.
because that guy is out of his mind.
Yeah.
I was telling everybody, doesn't he remind you of Paul Bear from the WWE? Everybody lost it. And they're like, yeah, he does. Paul Bear in the WWE was with the Undertaker, and he'd always carry around that urn, and he'd be stroking the urn, going, "Ooh, Jake Roberts."
Before WWE, Sean, it was WWF in the old times. I remember. But then they had to go to WWE, how you said, Sean, now.
Yeah.
They got in trouble by the wildlife warriors and got to court and all that garbage.
Well, the World Wildlife Foundation have been fighting with them for years about that. I'm like, what's the big deal?
Yeah.
Nobody even heard of the Wildlife Foundation until they come up with that court case. So he changed it to WWE.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I only watch it if Asuka's wrestling.
Yeah.
But she's not going to be. She hasn't wrestled in a couple of months because she had knee surgery.
Yeah, she needs to let her knees, Sean.
She's
Yeah.
currently, as far as I know, in her last video on YT, she was in Japan.
Yeah.
She's probably there healing up and spending time with her parents and her family. I don't know if she's back here in the States or not, but she lives out in Henderson, Nevada.
Mhm. Well,
She's getting around good, but she's probably not going to return to the ring until after the first of the year.
yeah.
But I had stopped watching it after the Attitude Era. I haven't watched it in years. But then when Barry told me it was like back in 16, he said, in 2016, he said, turn down the WWE, and I'm watching it. I'm like, okay, what am I looking at? Oh, they got girls on here. He goes, yeah, they turned the divas into wrestlers, and I'm like, oh, okay. And they come back from commercial, and then all of a sudden I'm looking at this girl, and I'm like, He goes, "You recognize her, don't you?" Because I got quiet, and I'm like, "That's the girl I was asking for a drink." He goes, "Yep, that's her." I'm like, "I'll be damned."
Mm-hmm.
You asking her for a drink there while she was working? Never got the drink. She did come down though, but she stopped halfway, and somebody was talking to her. Because all the other ones came out to talk to me because they thought I was a wrestler. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
no, darling. I'm like, I did play sports. I played football and ice hockey. And the girl said, "Thank you for catching me." I was like, if I hadn't caught you, you would have really got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I even told her that. I said, when I set you down and you pushed me and started, yelling at me in Japanese, I thought you were going to slug me in the stomach. She started laughing. She goes, "I thought about it, but you're you're a uh, you're a fan." And I'm like, "Well, I would have played along." I said, "You could have hit me in the stomach. It would not have hurt me,
Yeah, it'll tickle you.
but I would have played along."
Yeah.
I'd have been like, "Oh," and I would have went down. I probably would have fell on Barry on purpose, and he's like, "Oh Jesus, mate."
Mm.
And then I would have shot a promo. "I'm gonna
Yeah.
get whoever that girl was. She slugged me in the stomach." Talk like I'm on steroids. But I had a good time. It was fun. I thought we were going to go watch the sumo wrestlers, because I
Yeah.
had never seen. I seen it on TV, but I never seen it live before. And that's what you go. Let's go watch wrestling. And that's what I thought it was. No, it was uh, New Japan Wrestling with Stardom, but it was all girls. It was like 2 hours of matches, and they were all girls. When I first saw that, I mean, I see the women as very fragile, and I'm like, they're gonna hurt themselves, but they're beating the snot out of each other, and I'm like, whoa. Especially when Kana gave that girl a shot, what they call a shining wizard. They bounce off the ropes and they lift their knee up and hit him in the face.
Mm-hmm.
We heard the pop, and it was right in front of us. And Barry grabs my mic and goes like, "Oh, mate, that had to hurt." And I'm like, "I felt it over here too, Barry." But when I caught her in midair, the audience, I mean, there was at least I think 2 to 3 thousand people there, big crowd.
Exactly.
And when I caught her, everybody was clapping.
Yeah.
I remember hearing all of the applause. I caught her.
Yeah.
She was laughing,
Mhm.
and she goes, "You can put me down now." I'm like, "Oh, you speak English." I didn't expect her to speak English.
Yeah.
As soon as I set her down, she pushes me and starts yapping at me in Japanese really fast, getting angry. Like, okay.
Good. Yes, Roy Foxstein. Good. Sweet. Mr. Fox.
But no, you figured, didn't you fall down? I mean, didn't you hurt yourself? No.
Yeah, exactly.
Girl, girls like that, it was like catching a bag of potatoes.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it was like nothing.
Exactly.
Or for the Filipinos, it'd been like catching a bag of rice. One of those big bags of rice. That's what it was like. But now you get some big bodied human being up there, you know, coming at me. Yeah, I probably would have been flattened down into the chair and fell on the floor.
Exactly.
Like what's her name? Dax or Jax? Nia Jax, I think her name is.
Yeah.
She's one of the divas in WWE.
Yep.
She looks like she weighs a couple 100 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you got a big ass coming at you like that. Oh yeah, I would have probably got out of the way. Barry would have been. I know if that would have been the case, Barry would have been said, "Man, that is one of the biggest asses I've ever seen coming at me."
Yeah.
But I'll never forget it. She come around. They all did. They stopped in front of me. They shook my hand. They smacked my hand or whatever. But when Kana came around, she stopped and she looked right up at me and smiled. And I looked down at her. She just, struck me kind of different. Like, wow, who is this?
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, Barry, who is this woman? And he goes, I don't know. I'm like, you brought me here.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But I really like Japan,
Mm-hmm.
even though it can be challenging getting around.
Mm-hmm.
You got to duck through doorways.
Mm-hmm.
Now, your modern day buildings, no problem. But
Yeah.
a lot of these places were built back, pre World War II era,
Yeah.
and you go walking in one of them. Yeah, I got to duck my head through the doorway.
Yeah.
Especially if you're in somebody's house and they got 2 floors. I got to crawl up the steps because the
Whoa.
ceiling above the steps is so low. I can't. I got to crawl up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh man, I remember doing this as a kid, crawling up the steps. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Wow, I haven't seen the temperature below 60 since way back in May.
Mm-hmm.
It's 56 degrees where I'm at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for us it's like 24 degrees in the daytime, nighttime 11 degrees, Sean.
Well, that's Celsius for you though.
Yeah.
I think
13
that's
degrees.
what,
Yeah.
like 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Sunday 22, Saturday 18 degrees. Not
But I
too
tell you
bad.
what, another thing, if you're a baseball fan, which I am, when I went
am
to that
too.
baseball game in Taiwan, that was an experience. I didn't
Was.
know that they had cheerleaders for baseball, and they do in Korea too.
Wow.
And I got these 2 air blown sticks that they bang together. Pip, 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 pip.
Mm-hmm. Cool, Sean.
But the ones
You
that
see-
spoke English,
Mm-hmm.
go ahead.
You still got the megaphone, Sean, with you in your truck now?
Oh yeah, it's right over here.
Yeah.
But the ones that speak English, they would come up to me they're like, "You from America?" Yeah. They go, "You're a Cubs fan," because I'd be wearing my Cubs jersey and my hat. "You're a Cubs fan?" I'm like, "Yeah, born and raised in Chicago." Because a lot of them are they watch MLB and they're all well, every one of them I met were Cubs fans.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you ever make it, you're a Cubs fan, you should go to Wrigley Field at least one time in your life. You'll love it.
Mm-hmm.
And when we got Hisap Choi and Fukudome from Japan, oh, that's all they talked about with those two guys. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we had them for a year or two, and then I don't know what happened. Because I remember the first time everybody knew Fukudome was really good because he played for the Tokyo Giants,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a sold out crowd, and there were a lot of people watching the game. I was watching it. His first time up at the plate, he smacked a home run. I was like, oh, he just became a god in Chicago. He had a great year that year, and then that was it. It's like, what happened to him?
Exactly.
Now it's Atani.
Mm-hmm.
He played for the. I don't know if he still plays for the Angels. I think he plays for the Dodgers now, but he's really big in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, when because I think it does play for he was a free agent, and I was like, okay, come on, Chicago, he needs to come to the Cubs because we don't have anybody that has a albatross contract like his.
Mm-hmm.
We can afford him
Mm-hmm.
because in order to get him, he's the best ball player in baseball, and it's like I would have got him. Yeah, it's going to
Mm-hmm.
cost a lot, but I'd still get him.
Exactly. Anyways, right now, Sean, I'm just looking in Hoy to see what new movies are coming out for this year.
Anything good?
I'm looking. There's Venom: The Last Dance, Shaun of the Dead: 20 Bloody Years,
Oh my God! Shaun of the Dead, 20 bloody years. Oh my
yeah,
God!
The Red, It's a Kangaroo. It's a nice movie. Zombie Kangaroo.
What the hell kind of movie is that?
Now, my friend Tarantino takes the form of Rippy, a giant zombie kangaroo.
It sounds like a stupid movie.
There's Gladiator 2, Sean.
Yeah, but I don't know. Is that going to be? That has to be like a pre-sequel or something
It's
because
a second
I
one
mean
too.
he died. Yeah, he died at the end of the movie, so it has to be like a pre-sequel.
Yeah,
I'm wondering how they're going to work that out. I'm wondering how they're
yeah,
going to work that one out. And Russell
exactly.
Crowe has gotten too old to play the part anymore. They're going to have to
Yeah,
find somebody else.
exactly.
It,
There's,
if they're going to use Maximus in the movie.
yeah, exactly. There's Moana 2 with The Rock. Werewolves, that's a nice movie. Lord of the Rings, The War
Yeah,
of
it's been.
the
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
ROH,
Finish.
yeah,
Or
ROHIRRIM. It's new Lord of the Rings, Sean, coming out.
I heard that they were going to do something. They got a TV show called Ring of Power.
Yeah. And there's
I've been
also
trying to watch that.
there's Mufasa the Lion King.
How you doing, Emotion? I can't really read the chat. I just glance over if I see the chat move.
Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, The Room Next Door. No, skip that. What's that one? Dog
Thanks for
Named Kyle.
coming, Emotion. I appreciate it. I usually don't karaoke because I'm driving. Sorry about that. But I usually just, whenever I do a live stream, it's mostly just for conversation. Unless I was on my laptop, though that'd be different.
Exactly. There's Captain America New World Order coming out in 13th February next year, Sean Trucking. Sean. Noah's Ark. Inside. Last Breath. Black Bag.
I'd like to hear more about that Lord of the Rings. I mean, where does it fall into the storyline?
Yeah.
Because I know it's not nothing that J.R.R. Tolkien wrote.
Yeah.
They're just expanding the story, which is
Exactly.
cool in my book.
Yeah. Mission Impossible 8.
Oh my God, they got 8 of those?
Yeah. Skip that. Fantastic Four First Steps.
I like the original 2 Fantastic Four movies, but
Yeah.
then they wanted to remake it a couple years after they made the second one, and it's like, what are you
Yeah.
doing? It's like they keep
Exactly.
remaking Batman, and I'm like, nah, I'm going to stick with the Michael Keaton era of Batman. Those were great.
Exactly.
Jack Nicholson as the Joker, that was hilarious.
Yeah. There's Mortal Kombat 2, Sean.
Well, actually, it's a remake.
Yeah. Zootopia 2.
Back in the 90s. Back in the 90s, they made 3 Mortal Kombat movies, and I guess
Exactly.
they just rebooted that series again.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because yes, it was a very good video game, and I was addicted to it too.
Exactly.
But then it started getting ridiculous.
Exactly. There's Avatar 3 movie coming out in 18th of December, Sean.
Did you play Mortal Kombat? And if
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
who did you like? Who did you choose to fight with? You know,
Scorpion
what was the
and
character you favored?
Them characters, I like them. Come
Scorpion
on,
Sub-Zero?
Yeah.
No, man. No, I like playing as Johnny Cage.
There's SpongeBob the movie Search for SquarePants.
That's for kids.
Street Fighter.
They're going with video games. It's good to make movies about certain video games, but I mean, come on.
Avengers Doomsday. April 2026. Shrek 5 that year. Toy Story 5.
Shrek 5? They're going to make another Shrek movie?
Yeah, Batman Part 2.
Well, actually, Part 2 3 times already.
Yeah. Minions 3, Bad Fairies, and Frozen 3.
The only thing I find interesting out of the entire list you mentioned was The Lord of the Rings. That was it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I wish you had any info about where does it fall in the storyline? What is it going to pertain to? Because Rings of Power, the TV series, is like 2,000 years before the initial story, Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah. So that was before the Fellowship of the Ring, basically, Sean Trucking. Before that.
Yes.
That one, were there good people and bad people, or just all bad people in that one? Before the Lord of the Rings one.
Always remember the numbers 379. The rings given to the elves, 7 for the dwarf lords, and 9
Yep.
for the humans, and
Yep.
the master ring that
Yep.
Mordor had.
Yep.
So, and all together, there were 20 rings.
Wow, 20 rings.
Uh huh. Uh,
And today, Sean Trucking, I cut the grass, I had a shower, and I had the man shake.
if I lose signal, Ellie, I'll come back in, okay?
Yeah, I'm staying here
I
in
saw I was
Russia.
buffering there for a second.
I'm not getting off here, Sean. I'm staying here forever until, when you later, end the stream, then I'll get off later. You get what I mean, Sean? My friend?
Yeah, usually, I sit for a while. There might be, 4 to 5 people come in, and then I'll keep it going, but then they drop really quickly. I can't maintain an audience because I'm probably boring. I try to be entertaining and funny as much as I can,
I find
but
you
I
funny,
appreciate
Sean.
emotion and a few others coming in for a minute and say hello. That's cool.
I find you funny, Sean Trucking, to be honest. That's all good.
Well, well. Yeah, because this is where I'm going in Wisconsin. There isn't any really big major towns anywhere around. It's all farmland up here.
Yeah.
If I had the time yesterday, I could have. I wish I could have had the time to go up to Fremont, but I didn't have enough drive time to do that because I'd be going through Fremont, and that's where my mom's parents are buried at the cemetery there. My dad's parents, they're buried in McHenry, Illinois.
Yeah.
It's like way west, northwest of Chicago by the Wisconsin border because they spent their entire lives in McHenry. Well, originally in Wisconsin, but they moved down to McHenry, Illinois. I don't know what. I think it was
Yeah.
because of work. Well, my grandfather's work. McHenry was a great place to grow up.
Exactly. Before Sean Trucking, I was on Blessed Life's panel. She's a nice lady.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it's really dark out here.
Yep.
If everybody were to shut their lights off of their vehicle, you wouldn't see anything out here.
You wouldn't even see your hand where you are, Sean. You want to see your hand.
My hand.
Yeah,
Can't
because
see my
when you
hand.
take the lights off in your truck or car, you couldn't even in front of your face see your hand.
Oh,
It's
oh
that
yeah.
dark.
I don't even have the heat on, and it's getting hot in here.
Yeah.
Ouch. It's better.
Exactly. How's your coffee anyway, Sean?
Oh, it was good. I just finished it.
Pretty good.
I grab my bottled water here. There we go. Yeah, a lot of the towns in Wisconsin are named by the native tongue, like
Okay.
Milwaukee,
Yeah.
Kenosha. That's all Native American
Okay.
language.
Yeah. That's your native language, Sean, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh, I like this one, Teresa. Uh, and Mayville, Waskim. Anyway, I thank everybody for coming. Stopped in for a
Okay.
brief moment. Say hello. That's great.
Sean, I'm here. I'm supporting you.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying if anybody's in here, I
Yeah,
can't tell.
exactly. Yeah.
Oshkosh.
Exactly.
Oshkosh is a famous clothing brand for children.
Mm-hmm.
Oshkosh Magosh, made right here by the natives.
Yeah.
Great children's clothing. That's all I wore when I was a kid, up until I was 6 years old. Basically, if you were a kid growing up in the 70s and 80s, that's what you wore. I'd have to say 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Mm-hmm.
From the time you were born till about, you were 6 or 7 years old, you wore Oshkosh my gosh. Now, my kids, it was Justice. That one I didn't understand, but it's another brand. It's all my kids wore kind of clothing. It was called Justice. Yeah, the only thing you got coming up, I think it's next week. Not this week, but next week. I think that I'll be home for homecoming to do the homecoming to be at my son's football game,
Oh, that's good.
and I got to pick up my daughter from Kings Island and take her back after the football game because she's got to work that weekend. Uh, and then I got to take my son and his friends to the haunted cave.
Wow.
And then 2.5 weeks after that is the Halloween costume contest.
Yep.
And then after that, I got to make it into Springfield, Missouri,
Exactly.
and get
Where the
work out a
Simpsons.
deal with the new. work out a new deal for a new truck.
Oh, good. What's the name of the truck, Sean, you're getting?
I'd like to get another Peterbilt, but it looks like I'm going to go back to a Freightliner.
Okay.
Because Freightliner, they know they don't like dealing with me. Because I told them their coordinate obsolescence sucks.
Yeah.
Do you know what that means?
Yep.
Ellie, did you know what that means? Coordinate obsolescence?
That means their trucks are rubbish and garbage and hopeless.
Well, not necessarily. It just means that their parts wear out pretty quickly.
Oh. So Peterbilt doesn't wear out. It takes a long time.
Yeah, things happen to the vehicle that, like, this is brand new, and a month in, this part fails.
I reckon you should go with the belt, if you're my honest opinion, Sean.
Yeah, coordinate obsolescence is a fancy term used meaning that how long is this going to last before it breaks down?
Yeah.
I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to come back through this way and go through Chicago.
Exactly.
Because of the traffic. I'm going to go way around.
Isn't that where Me Jay-Z is, that area, Chicago?
I'm sorry?
Me Jay-Z, doesn't he live in that area, Chicago? I'm talking about, Sean?
I have no idea. Oh, the sun's starting to. I can start seeing the crack of dawn over there. It's just barely coming through the horizon there. It's where you're starting to see a dark blue sky, and then it turns into like a real deep reddish orange.
Mm-hmm. For me tomorrow, Sean, it's raining.
It rained all day yesterday here.
Yep.
Rained all day. I had to sit on that, and they were 30 minutes late getting me backed into a door to unload that lingerie for Victoria's Secret.
Yep.
How you doing, Becker? Night. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Becca. There's John Carter 2 now, Sean. Movie.
I'm sorry?
I said there's John Carter 2 movie coming out.
I don't know who that is. Never heard of it.
Okay.
Oh, I think it's on Netflix. If you have Netflix, a good TV series is Dark Winds.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the a sheriff of the Navajo reservation. I recommend that if you want to know about modern day, reservation living and the police and how they do things. It's a good TV series.
Mm-hmm. If you want a good old police series, Sean, watch Blue Heelers. I used to watch that.
Uh, yeah, they got some good television series on Netflix, and I'm glad Netflix is picking up certain series that ended where they weren't re-signed to do any more episodes. Like Heels is a good one, and they bought the rights to it, and then they're going to continue the story because the way it ended at the end of season 2, and it was canceled after that. It's like, why did they cancel this series? It's really good. I guess they want a certain amount of ratings to keep a series going.
That's true.
But I mean, they're going to end this series in that big of a cliffhanger.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a TV series on the cable channel called Stars,
Yeah.
and they had two seasons of it because that's usually pretty popular. How Hollywood does stuff, they'll sign everybody for 2 seasons and see how it goes, and then so they can cancel if need be. But if it's really good, they'll sign them for another season.
Correct, Sean.
Just like Shogun. Shogun was a mini series, I think it was 10 episodes. It was a remake from the one from the early '70s, and it was really really good. And people raved. It got 14 Oscars. That is insane for one TV show got that many Oscar awards. And they're like, okay, we're gonna have to sign them for a second season and just write new stories. I mean, the guy who originally wrote Shogun, that's all they covered. It's just like Lord of the Rings. They're going to continue it because everybody liked it and it got high ratings. So they're just going to get new writers and like we need to write some new stories based upon this template, and they're going to continue the story. And it's like, oh, that's cool.
That's true, Sean.
I mean, every character in that Shogun series was great, and they were dead on.
Yep.
Now the guy that played as Lord Tornaga, he's been in many a movies. I can't remember his real name though, but he's been in many a movies.
That's true.
But he really overdid himself playing that part. It's like, wow, this is really really good.
Yep, exactly.
They changed the story up a little bit on how things went down, and they improved it. And is what I said they did.
Yep. Stupid.
And that's where I learned that the word ninja is not Japanese. That's Chinese.
Yep.
Now, if you want to what the Japanese called an assassin, like a ninja, they would say shinobi.
Shinobi.
I never knew that.
Okay.
Because when you say ninja, that means secrecy.
Oh, okay.
Uh, Shinobi means stealth.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Moving right along.
Exactly.
Wish we could get more people up on the panel and be more of an interesting conversation and more entertaining.
It's true. I did give the StreamYard link to Sher, but I'm waiting for her to come on the panel. Sean, to your one now. Your live stream.
Well, they might be asleep.
Yeah. 8, so it'll be 7, 6, 5. It'll be 5 in the afternoon in the Philippines.
Wow, your messenger is just going crazy, Ellie.
From my friend from Tasmania, because we're talking about the Sydney Swans for this Saturday's grand final, Sean. To explain it to you in a nutshell. And I'm talking to him too on my mobile phone, Sean. My friend from Tasmania.
Damn, I wish I got messages like that constantly. It doesn't happen.
True that. This was first. True. Nope. As a steam boat. Might as well be watching our big guys and Papley. Next one will come as a steamboat. Hong Kong.
Uh,
But to be honest, Sean, Filipino women are very hot. The young ones, they are hot and cute. To be
I
honest,
didn't under. I didn't understand what you said.
I said Filipino women, the young ones, they're pretty cute and hot.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you got a lot of them talking to you.
So just Trent. Okay, now remember that plan. Okay, that's what he's saying to me.
Oh, I thought you had a lot of Filipinos sending you messages.
No, it's my friend from Tasmania. He's a guy. Right. Pass to your teammates. Which one first? Okay, then maybe run, handball. Exactly. No, now there's no police where you are, Sean. It's very quiet, or ambulance. None. It's very quiet.
Uh huh.
Yeah. BRICK brick wall. Shit, I know shit. And now, Sean, they're still, even Israel now attacking Lebanon everywhere. They want to get rid of Hezbollah.
Uh huh.
And a lot of people are dying in Lebanon because of Israel's airstrikes.
Oh, you're talking about what's going on over in Lebanon?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's despicable, actually.
it is. Do you see why I want Donald Trump to win? To stop this bloody war in Lebanon.
Me, I just wish that our government would let us vote on getting involved or not, because the majority of Americans would not want to get involved.
Exactly.
And I believe in doing the humanitarian thing and protecting the women and children that have been murdered. Believe me, that number you could probably triple that number that they say tell you in the media. It's a lot more than that.
Exactly.
Yeah, what's going on over there is inexcusable, and I don't
Exactly.
like to be a part of it, and I don't
Me
want my
too.
name attached to it.
Exactly. America and Israel need to be held accountable. They need to go to The Hague. They need to pay their crimes in the jail. To be honest, Sean.
Yeah, the ones that approve that crap.
Yeah. All they want is the money and sell weapons. That's just very disgusting.
Because the majority of people in the world are not interested in war anymore and handling situations in that manner. That's
Mm-hmm.
why um, In that way, everybody else in the world's far more humanistic than we are here in America.
Yep, exactly.
Instead of building people up, we just send over tanks, bullets, guns, bombs, and planes. Like that is not the way to handle a situation.
You're right there, Sean. To be honest, you are right.
But when you have old people that still live in the Cold War, which ended back in 1989, think it's still going on, and
Mm-hmm.
they want to get it, they want to crank it back up because they want to still live in the times that we once lived. It's like no, why do we want to go backwards?
Exactly. Let's go forward. And I'm being honest, Sean. Let's go forward, not backwards.
Exactly.
Thank you.
But the past administration took us back to the 60s, and I'm like, no, thank you.
Exactly. Damn. Noisy. Yeah, you're probably going to watch the Super Bowl in America, Sean, when it comes on.
That's not until January.
Yeah, next year.
Or wait a minute, the playoffs are in January. The
Yeah,
Super Bowl takes place late January, early February.
correct. That would be for me summertime, Sean, still in
But
Australia.
I'm just wait, see what happens to this year's NHL hockey season.
Exactly. Yeah, shares online now, Messenger, Sean.
Well, give her the link,
I did. I gave
or she's busy.
your link.
She might be busy with something else. Ah, there you go. Now, if you look at my screen, you can see where the daylight's peeking through
Yeah, I can see.
from night to day.
Yeah, exactly. I reckon any minute the sun's going to come up where you are, Sean.
Yeah. Uh, okay, I've had enough.
What do you mean you had enough, Sean? What are you talking about?
It's getting hot inside my truck,
Oh,
and it's only 52 degrees out, but I can't crack my window because I'm thinking you guys are hearing that, and it can be an aggravating noise to hear. So I'll just run my AC a little bit.
yeah, exactly. I was just about to say, Sean, put your AC on. out.
Yeah, I'll go for another 14 minutes, make it 2 hours, and then I'll end it.
Yeah.
Unless a bunch of people come in and want to talk, hey, that'd be great, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Cher onto your panel now, Sean, to be honest.
Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee.
Do you remember, Sean, Woody Woodpecker?
I'm sorry?
I said, do you remember the cartoon Woody Woodpecker?
Yeah, that's really old.
Funny, but
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. They all tried to get rid of him, Woody Woodpecker, and kill him. They failed.
wish I had a remote control mechanism. Someone can drive my truck and I can go back in the sleeper and hook up my laptop.
Is that possible with the new truck, Sean, or no?
I'm sure that they can do it because they do it with planes.
Yeah. But the downside with airplanes, Sean, it doesn't reverse with airplanes. See the problem, Sean?
Hello, Angel.
Yeah. I thought I'd come up because you seemed a bit down. Yeah.
Hey,
Someone come up and chat. I was listening. Yeah, I was listening. How you doing anyway? You was both
Same as always. Just working.
driving. Yeah, I've got to pop out in a bit. I'm a bit tired actually. What time is it? It's just after 12. Midday. Oh. I've had a few hours sleep. I was talking to Shay earlier.
Oh, okay.
I think it was about 5 o'clock this morning. I went to got off that live.
Yeah, the past few days, I think the only live streams that I've been in was, I think it was Ed Zamodia. Or no, not Ed Zamodia. Ed's. I don't remember her name.
yeah.
Ed's. EDZ is how she spells her name. I was
I don't
karaoke at, sang a couple of songs in her live stream, and then I karaokeed and marked through it yesterday.
She seemed a bit down because I think she's been listening and people have been talking about her. I've told her not to listen and not just ignore them. But shouldn't let people bother you, especially people you don't know. And I showed her my dog. I put yeah, I showed her my dog because she was making a lot of noise. She's leaving me alone now. She's gone and sprawled out onto the sofa, snoring away there. So you're not being
Oh.
on Darren's then singing?
I was this weekend, but I think I missed the one that he did on Saturday night. I don't remember.
I didn't watch any this weekend. I was busy. I was out with my son on the Saturday and the Monday, I think. Yeah, Monday I took him to a party, so I didn't pick him up till like early hours of Tuesday morning. It was nice to spend weekend with my son.
Yeah, Georgie and Scott, they're great. I karaoke on their channel at least once a week, I think, whenever I get the opportunity.
I don't know. I don't go on their channels. I don't know who they are.
I met them on Darren's 3rd-year anniversary live stream because I sang 2 songs and then dropped down because Darren could only have 6 people, so he wanted to keep rotating people out. I only did 2 songs and dropped.
Yeah.
And she asked who I was. Like, wow, I didn't never have anybody ask that question before. Who was that? And she contacted me, attended her live stream, her and Scott. They liked my karaoke and asked me to join their karaoke team. And I'm like, yeah, sure.
nice.
I've never been asked that before.
Nice of them, isn't it? It's nice to be appreciated.
Yeah.
So, well, get yourself around, mingle, get on these channels singing. You never know.
Me, that's having a good time. That's being sociable. It's just like when if I go to a karaoke club, like when I was out in Vegas, it's the same thing. Only difference is you got to walk from the table to the stage and back and forth, use the restroom, whatever. Basically the same thing.
You sound you're a chatty bloke. So, like, when you're driving and that, this is your entertainment, isn't it? Instead of sat there just bored.
I went through Darren's live streams, for the past 2 to 3 months, and I cannot find in the chat who that was that requested I sing the song from Kenny Loggins. I went ahead and tried it, and I guess I do it fairly well. It's a song that's real popular in the Philippines, and I just cannot find that person that requested it, and so I added it, and I was doing it here and there, and hopefully they catch back up onto it, and like, oh, you did the song, yeah. Yeah, I don't ignore people. I'll give something a shot, and they're like, not so good. This one wasn't so bad. Like, I tried it, and everybody liked it, and I'm like, well, I guess I did that one fairly well.
Yep.
I think I got somebody in the. Hang on one second. Yeah. Oh, there she is.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Hey, Sean, I just woke up. I was live lately together with Angel, right, Angel?
Yeah, I've not long since woke up. I've been awake about. I got up about 9:45, so I've been awake a couple of hours. I'll sleep tonight, or I'll have to have a granny nap. Oh, she's disappeared again.
Yeah, she did what Harvey does. Presses the wrong button.
Yeah, yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, I kept getting left on live. I was like, oh, okay, no, carry on talking. She'll be back.
She will.
Oh, I'm making myself. Who's yawning?
Angel, I'm yawning a little bit.
Yeah, making me yawn.
Yeah.
Stick to the plan.
Yeah, I've only had about 4 or 5 hours sleep.
Yeah.
I was out. When
Yes,
I
I'm
went to
here.
the truck, when I went to the truck stop after delivering the lingerie, I went to the truck stop and I parked the truck and went to sleep right away, and I was out until I started driving a couple hours ago.
Oh, yawning again. Yeah, I think I've had maybe 4 or 5 hours sleep. Not sure. Much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Sean got a coffee from the petrol station.
Yeah, I think I'll make myself a coffee actually. Need
Yeah.
one.
Wow, nice, Sean.
The sun's coming up. It was dark
Yeah,
not
it
long
is.
ago. It's really strange how quick it gets light.
Yes.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
uh, the Earth spins just over 2,000 miles an hour.
Yep.
Well,
Kind of,
Well,
Sean.
yeah. Sure.
Oh,
well,
yeah, by
Enjoy.
the way, Angel, do you
yeah,
remember our live stream?
yeah,
Someone pretending to be Brett. That
yeah.
is not Brett. That is not Brett.
Nah, no.
It
Well,
was I guess it was Mimi.
Well, it, whoever it is, you just have to block them. I'll keep if I'm in stream, I'll check and I'll just hide them from channel for you. Don't just
whoever
Because
does,
Brett appeared. Brett the real Brett appeared.
Yeah.
whoever does has the time for that crap. They have
Yeah,
too
I
much time
know.
on their hands,
yeah, yeah.
Because the Brett,
and
yeah,
their life must be really boring if they got to do stuff like that.
they want to piss off Sure, me, and talk behind our backs. How Tammy Scott said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do that with me, but I just don't listen. What I don't know don't hurt me, and it's not it's them that come across as petty, not me. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, and one thing more, they said that the young lady is keep on making a drama. You're not making a drama. You're explaining ourselves. That's why. What is the drama anyway? What is the problem? That's why I asked this person. I don't even know
Yeah,
you.
I, it's like I was saying. If don't let it upset you. You don't know them. You're never
No,
gonna
I'm not
meet them.
upset. It was really funny. They pop out and then they keep on blah 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 blah, and then suddenly the real Brett came in.
Yeah, and
Why are they picking? Why did they choose Brett Glasso for that?
Yeah.
There's
I
a
think
couple of people that poses him.
yeah, because it's on my channel as well, but I've never heard him pop on a channel.
Yeah.
There's another Filipina that the trolls like, recreating her, making it look like her, and you never know if it's really her or not. And I'm like, I'll believe it when you come up to the panel.
Well, this
Exactly.
was the account was made on the 6th or 7th of September, and they'd not been posted. So
Yeah,
it's a new channel.
I think it's
Brett
I think
Glasso. Go on, Sean.
I think her name is Hazel. They copy her a lot. The trolls do.
Mm-hmm.
The famous trolls.
Yeah. See, what I call these people, Sean, is hashtag wet wipes and Princess Flakes.
Yeah.
So I won't call them wet wipes. I'd call them cheap toilet paper because wet wipes are pretty strong.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Well,
love they love to pick Brett Glasso all the time, and that is not nice.
No.
Well, I give the trolls nicknames like Go Bobo. I call him Shit Stain.
Yeah.
So if you ever hear me say Shit Stain, that's who I'm addressing. I gave
Yeah.
him nice nicknames.
Yeah. Yeah, Sean, what's a bad nickname?
I couldn't understand what you said.
I said, what's a bad nickname?
I still can't understand what he said. What did he say?
What's a bad nickname?
Bad,
A bad
nickname.
nickname? Well, that
Yeah.
one I gave Go Bobo a month ago is bad.
Or Speedo?
Oh, by the way, guys, ISO Speed is here in the Philippines. He got pissed off in Cebu because of the internet signal. Wrong landing. He should go to Luzon. That was in Metro Manila. There's a good internet signal.
I wouldn't even know about this guy if it hadn't been for you, Cher.
Yeah, I know. I'm very
Exactly.
sorry, guys. I'm very sorry, but I'm just sharing only this African American who he's only teenager. He landed here in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
if next summer's rubbish, I'm coming to see you. Come for a holiday. Oh, I
yeah, we
swear.
love to see Sean. We love to see Sean in person.
Well, we've
Mhm.
had no sun. It's rained and rain. I think we've had a couple of weeks of sunshine. That's the summer. That's it. And it's
Yeah.
pretty. It's cold now. I've got my heating on.
For
So,
me, in October, November, December, it's going to be summertime for me in Australia. Summertime.
yeah, that's our coldest month.
Yeah.
December, January.
It's going to
Well,
be hot for me.
I think our summer's probably like Sean's winters.
Uh, yep.
uh, it's like 20 Celsius. We've got shorts on. T-shirt comes out at 18 Celsius.
Yep.
There we go.
Has there been a small earthquake in Philippines past couple of days?
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah,
I'm,
they always they
we
always
have
have something going on.
we have an earthquake. It's because of the volcanoes. Either that the Al volcano is starting to to erupt, or Mayon volcano. These are the two volcanoes who are very strong that
Yep.
connected to also connected to Manila, even if we are far away.
Yep.
Yeah,
Isn't it weird? It's weird though that you've got Yellowstone, you've got the ones in Iceland that are erupting. Was it there's the one Campifrego in Italy, the super volcano. They reckon that's gonna go off at some point. Oh, we in Europe, that's it. Well, no, if that goes off,
well,
we'll have a
that
7-year winter.
the entire Pacific Ocean is called the Ring of Fire. It's where the most volcanoes are the most active in the Ring of Fire, and their side of the Ring of Fire is the most active. Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, parts of
Yeah,
China.
but in Europe, it's not usually as bad. But we're getting the volcanoes erupting um, and quite a few earthquakes. Europe.
Yeah, Sean Trucking. Any volcanoes in Australia?
I don't know. Do you? I don't think.
No,
I don't know if there's any Australian volcanoes.
I didn't
No.
think there were any in Australia.
Yeah. Maybe one in the under the water in
But
Perth or whatnot.
but the Philippines are either having typhoons, the rainy season,
Yeah.
uh, landslides. It's ridiculous there.
Yeah.
No, about the landslide, only in Baguio. Because first of all, why? The reason why there's a landslide there, because there's a lot of quarrying, a lot of miners who are trying to to destroy the foundation of the mountains. Okay, so and then once they destroy the underground, there's a tendency that they will develop houses there, and it will crash automatically. So that's why there is a landslide. And they always cutting the trees all the time.
It's called
So
deforestation. Is what causes it.
yes. That's what's going on over there. This is the
Yeah.
reason
Sean.
why quarrying is not allowed anymore here in in some areas of Metro Manila and also in some provinces.
Yeah.
Yeah, they,
And Angel, read the comments in Sean's chat now. What I just put in there.
they need to stop mining whatever it is that they're mining. Take those miners over to the Spratly Islands and dig out all that gold that are in the Spratly Islands.
Yeah.
Melt it down into gold ingots and bars, put it in the Philippine bank, and that would put you guys on the world market. You would be no longer viewed as a third world country. Your
Exactly.
economy would be just as big as ours, as China's. That's what
Yeah.
I would focus on if I was the president of the Philippines. They said you need to
Exactly.
mine all that gold out of there. That would
Mhm.
dig your population out of extreme poverty too.
Oh, Steve 25901. Nice. It was here, and also it's mold, and also Sammy. Yeah, Sammy was gone. What happened to her?
Because I'm here. She called me an arsehole. So I was just before in my messenger private to her, just joking about it.
Yeah, Ellie stole my thunder.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah,
but
Sammy, I love you, Sammy.
Sammy doesn't understand, sure, my friend, that I got a disability. Because
Maybe she's having a hard time again, Sean. You know what I mean?
Oh, she wasn't mad at me. She was mad at Ellie. But if
yeah,
Ellie wasn't here, she would eventually get around to start cussing me again.
Oh, it's because maybe she, you know what's the name of that? Sammy wants is don't try to call her boom 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 all the time because I don't know. She told me about that. I guess you need that. You need to lessen joking to her
okay.
because she explained to me everything. But it is not nice, to get mad to you because of
Yeah,
your disability.
exactly. And I told you, sure, you think
Yeah.
I want disability? No, but I got it.
So you can't joke with her. It's like, okay, you're not in the mood for joking today. How am I to
Yeah,
know that?
exactly.
Yeah, but
Ugh.
Sammy should not, cuss to you also, Sean. Especially here on the live stream. There's a lot of trolls watching us. Yeah,
Uh,
right now someone is trying to bully me, but right now I don't want to entertain them anymore because someone told me that ignore these people. So
uh,
I think I'm gonna do it,
yeah, I can let the trolls watch all they want.
and I'm not going to change my name. Please don't ignore me. Yeah. So there's nothing wrong about that. I just don't want my name again to be posted here.
Yeah,
That's why I don't write anything in the chat. Let them think who I am. I'm
yeah,
not going to change my name.
exactly. Please don't ignore me. Keep it like that. That's a good one. Sure. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Because this is the problem. They went to my live stream pretending to be Brett Glasso. What is the point? Because Angel is expressing herself.
The
Well, I
thing
did the live because I just want to thank the company who featured me on Facebook. I'm
correct.
a featured artist in a one coloring company now, Sean,
Mm-hmm.
and I just make a live stream there, and then I let Angel to come up because my narcoleptic is attacking me again. So yeah, we keep on talking. Then suddenly, someone said, Don't let the lady make a drama here." What? What lady is all about? Yeah, it's all about we talking about the past. And then
Yeah.
someone reacted.
Oh yeah.
And then they said Jerry Boy is a good man. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yes.
But unfortunately, you must control yourself in drinking, especially, and you must control also your mouth, especially when you are talking in social media, because sometimes we said something that it can hurt to another YouTuber.
Correct.
Yes.
That is not nice, you know. And that is
Mm-hmm.
not nice. You cannot excuse yourself. I'm drunk. Then stay away from Whitey if you're drunk. I told that also to Orus, to Big Joe, that you must stop drinking too much because maybe you can hurt another person, which is he was regretting it. Okay,
Yep.
yeah. Where's
Yeah.
Angel? Oh, she dropped it.
Oh, it might have been our signal.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No, I really don't like
I'm
that.
surprised.
People bullying us.
I'm surprised I got signal where I'm at. I'm in the middle of nowhere up in northern Wisconsin.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's really nice.
It
Hey,
is.
Sean, I might be muted for a while. I'll just prepare because yeah, I don't have any food here inside in our house. Okay, I
Oh,
might go out and
there,
then
she's back.
oh yeah, Angel is here.
You know,
I'll just be muted for a
I
while.
don't mind the birds. I don't mind. Like, it's like my dog. I just tune out, me. No, I don't mind background noise. But I've got to pop out in a bit.
Oh boy.
What? Oh, I need to wake up. We've got sunshine anyway today.
Yep. For me, Angel, today, Thursday coming, tomorrow, raining.
It rained all day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It was not too bad yesterday, but the day before it did rain all day.
Mm-hmm.
But yesterday morning, bit drizzly. Come afternoon, sun were out, but it's been sunny all since I got up.
Yep.
And the rain was
Uh,
that hard, like the day before. I kept thinking I've got to clean these windows, give my car a wash, but I don't know. It doesn't look so bad now. I've been rained on. That's the thing with keeping it in the garage, though, innit? Oh dear me.
Yep.
Appleton.
Are you nearly there? You've got
Shit.
most of the day.
I went the wrong exit. I don't believe
Oh
this.
no.
That's all right. I just got to go another 7 miles and get turned around.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad.
Well, it's 14 miles round trip though to get back to my current position.
Well, I know when I've been driving down to Barnsley and I've missed a turning, oh my God, it's like 30, 40 miles. So that's like, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah,
when-
but this is the directions I got, and I didn't know I had to make a last minute decision there. Oh, you got to go this way. Wait a minute, it pointed that way.
Well, the motorway at the minute, it's like down to one lane. It's terrible. Yeah. You can't really call it a motorway. Cone Central, just full of cones. Like, go slow motorway, 14 mile an hour, 15 mile an hour, fastest. And Newcastle Tyne Bridge, they've got that down to one lane as well. Don't go over Tyne Bridge at rush hour. It's not that long a bridge. Took me 20 minutes to get over it. 20 minutes.
Damn.
You could walk it 4 times in that, if not no. It take a couple of minutes to walk over it.
Shit.
Oh yeah, baby. That's what we do in the toilets, Sean.
Use a wet wipe.
Yep. Hashtag wet wipes.
Strong and mighty.
Yeah.
So what's your day then, Ellie? You got plans?
It's 9:40 in the afternoon, like my time. Angel, my friend, in Wednesday today.
Yeah, it's Wednesday for me.
Yeah.
It's Wednesday for everybody,
Yeah.
but it's Wednesday night for them over there where he's at.
No, it's Wednesday afternoon for
Night.
me.
Yeah, but he's in Australia. It's Wednesday night
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah,
That's great.
he's 9 hours ahead.
Yeah, for you, Angel, it's 12:40 p.m. Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, at least well, saying that though, if it were 9:30, I'd be going to bed soon and I won't feel so tired and think I've got rest at day and I've got stuff to do. I'll be quick though. I don't like shopping, so I know what I want. So I just run in the shop, grab what I need, and leave. Just get the essentials, which is dog food mainly. Opened my last tin, and she'll not thank me if I starve her. I was saying that though, size of her, she's 3.5 stone. And she could do with a bit of a diet. She's asleep now. She'll sleep most of the day, and then have my life. She sort of wakes up when it gets to like night time.
You know, I'm glad that the times I wanted to go down to Florida or the Texas area, I'm glad I get sent that way. With all the hurricanes and tropical storms that we're getting hit by. Because typically, whenever there's bad weather like that, they send me to that area as it's hitting.
So we should do a bit of storm chasing. Video it.
That's happened a few times by accident. Got storm chasers all around me. And I know that there was a bad storm I was heading into.
Oh, are you not going to Spring? What's it called?
You can find his channel, Reed Trimmer. He has the Dominator. He's very famous storm chaser, chasing tornadoes. And I've ran into him, met him a couple of times.
I know where's the place in where I think you mentioned it earlier on. Springvale, Springdale. Is that where they've been eating the cats? Apparently, fake news.
Oh, I talk about Springfield, if that's what you're meaning.
Yeah, I think it is that. Is that the place where it's been all over YouTube with it?
Springfield, Ohio. Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Springfield, Ohio is close to where I live. And there might be just a small handful of Haitians that live there. And no, they're not eating people's dogs and cats. It's bullshit.
No, they're not. Yeah.
Because you notice when nobody talked about Springfield, Ohio until Trump mentioned it on the in the debate, and then ever since then it exploded. Everything about Springfield, Ohio. It's like, what are you people getting this stuff from? People are just making shit up and believing it.
They're going. No, there's this woman. She did an interview with that JRL. You know who he is, don't you? YouTuber. He did 10 years in prison. He keeps suing everybody.
He has
Uh,
to win the election so he can pardon himself, because he knows if he doesn't win, he's going to spend the rest of his life in and out of court and may see a little bit of jail time. But he's
no,
going to be fighting. He's
he's
all of
got
his
too much cash. He'll not go to prison.
yeah, all of his money is going to be used to pay for defense lawyers, and by the time it's all said and done, he's going to be broke
Well, he ain't got much of a choice. It's like,
because all the cases he had to pay for, he was convicted back in June, and in
that's what I don't
July they were
understand.
supposed to give him his sentence in July, but nobody mentions it. I'm like,
That's
did
what
that take place?
No, it can't, has it?
No
That's
mention
what
of
I
it
can't
though.
understand. He were impeached, and he went to the court, and then it was sentenced July, and then nothing, and then he's running for president. I'm like, have I missed
No,
something?
the court case I'm talking about that he was convicted of was extreme fraud
Yeah,
and
and
warrants a prison sentence.
but didn't he try and say that the stuff that he took from like secret papers and all that lot was proof or evidence what he was keeping top secret? It's the all folders and bits of papers he had in his house. They were even in his bathroom. They were everywhere.
He doesn't win the election, it's going to get really bad in this country because they know what's going to happen. They're going to spend the rest of his life in and out of courts. It's going to be always all over the news. People don't want to hear about it or care about it because justice is not going to get served. He's going to get away with it just like all the other rich elites do.
Yeah. And he's not going to
They
stop the war in Gaza either.
nobody is. Neither party is going to do
None
that.
of them are, no. Because it's making them money.
Well, they're bought and paid for by the military-industrial complex to keep it going, so they
Yeah,
can
but
make a lot of money and put us more in debt.
and then they invest in it with their money. Which they did with the vaccines. They did that with they made a right chunk of
Well,
cash.
that's why I keep telling people I have focus on the root of this whole thing, and it's the economy. Our economic system is not working,
Yeah,
and it doesn't work for the people. It only works for the rich elite, which is a tiny
yeah.
minority of people.
And they know what to invest in because they're manipulating the economy. Can't win. We just pay the taxes. There you go. For
Yes,
them to work.
we pay for the debt that the nation takes on, but we don't see a nickel of that money. I'm like, go after the people that got the money.
Exactly.
But they don't, do they? Because look where he is, walking about trying to win the presidency. Apparently there's a bounty on his head. Oh, I'm reading today. It's like someone took out a contract.
Yeah, that's
They
what I'm
don't want-
saying. Come October, everybody needs to duck. A lot can happen
Oh,
from the
I
beginning of
tell you,
October until the beginning of this year.
yeah, it needs the
A lot.
Mobile behind bulletproof glass. I'm telling you.
There's no telling what's going to happen here, but
Well,
nothing would surprise me.
Has he had 2 attempts or 3 now, up to now? Oh,
Yeah, I'm not believing it actually happened.
well, it was weird because weren't there a load of shares sold, and then they said, oh, put the wrong price on or something, and it were a failed attempt, and because they put the wrong amount, I think they added an extra zero on or something on the shares.
Only thing that was to do is to drum up sympathy support for him. Whether it be real or not is a whole nother story.
Well, I didn't think you could do that anyway. Put them on market to sell them, and then some must have sold, and then to say, "Oh no, we can't sell them because we put wrong price
Yeah,
on."
all you got to do is look at his right ear, where he supposedly took a bullet through his ear. I'm like, oh wow, there's no wound, no nothing.
It's a miracle.
They tried to kill Donald Trump twice.
Well, I reckon them surgeons or every sort.
Well, yeah, that last one on the golf course was not true. That was made up.
That's fake.
Yeah, because this bloke was supposed to be hiding in the bushes.
Yeah, right.
And then no else was said about it.
But Angel, good luck trying to kill Donald Trump. He has a lot of CIA and special forces with him.
They didn't look that special. Well, they did look very special. They looked touched. The people what were trying to protect, the woman stood in front of him to stop him taking a bullet, and she only reached his chest. Do you know what I mean? And then when she was trying to get a gun out, I thought, in your Secret Service. Took her 10 minutes to get a gun out, by which time it were all over, and took her 10 minutes to get it back in holster. But that was a farce. All them people shouting were pointing to him, and no one did anything. And then the police trying to get to him, they couldn't get past the fence.
I did a video of it and showed everybody the layout.
It was a farce.
Well, what the media is trying to push does not add up. Where they placed him on the roof, he didn't have a clear shot nor even see Donald Trump because
No,
of the
'cause
back
there
of the
was a big
grandstand
tree.
was in the way. Hold on a minute.
And
The back of the grandstand was obstructing his view. They had to put him. They had to put him there to give the Secret Service on top of the roof behind Trump the excuse that the trees were blocking their view. Bullshit.
But if the tree
He
was
was in-
blocking their view, if the tree was blocking their view, the tree had to be blocking his view.
No, the tree
Well,
where the media put him, okay, on the roof.
yeah,
Yes, where the media put him, said where he was shooting from, would have obstructed the view of the snipers. But where he's
Yeah.
at, people won't go. They won't go any further than that. I do. If he was shooting from there, he couldn't have had a clear shot to Donald Trump because the grandstand was in the way. The only place that he had a clear shot was to the far right of the roof, the opposite side of the roof, which
Yeah,
wasn't
well-
obstructed by a tree. The Secret Service would have easily seen him, and he would barely have a shot around the grandstand to hit Donald Trump.
or near the water tower.
And I proved it. The water tower, there was nobody up there. That
No,
was
there weren't.
that was 880 yards away. There's
And they
no
could-
way that an amateur like him would have made a shot like that with that kind of rifle. You would need at least a 30-06, and only maybe about 12 people on the planet could have made that shot.
Yeah. Or you need an army gun, to be
And,
honest.
plus, the county sheriff's office was already around the water tower. There
It
was
had
nobody
to-
up there.
It had to have come from the right of him.
Yeah, where the roof was, where that kid was on that roof. I did a
But to
video
the
about
right.
this.
Where,
That's why the
where the
person that-
ladders were. There were a pair of ladders,
Hey guys,
right?
I'm here now. I went back.
Welcome back, sir.
I can't remember. If you go back in my live streams, I did a video of this and showed everybody this. How it's impossible I mean, what they're doing is trying the same thing that they did for the JFK assassination, for 9/11. They changed the story to mold it into something that it's not. And if people were to use their brain and look at the layout and the height
Well,
and where that shot could have been impossible to make.
in the first
They
video that the used helicopter or drone put on, there was a pair of ladders to the right of the building, right? Then, when they showed you the special forces getting on the roof, they piggybacked them up and they hunched them up with their hands
It was the
onto
police
the roof.
force.
Yep, the
Yeah.
police force killed that guy.
There's video of him being spotted, and you can look where he's at. In order for them people to make that video and say that there's somebody up there on the roof, as he was getting up there, if he was on the far end of the roof behind the tree, they wouldn't even seen him up there to make that video.
Yeah.
No.
So the media lied and where he was on the roof.
And where did the ladders come from? And then suddenly,
Well,
there
the
weren't no
ladders, I don't know what ladders you're talking about. There was only one, and it was the one that he brought.
No, they said that his ladders were in the. He didn't use his ladders. They said he used an air conditioning unit to get up there. And they said they
Yeah,
didn't-
but he did use a small step ladder. That's all that was there. There was no other ladders around there until after people brought them with them. And then it wasn't until later that we found out there was a sniper unit in the building behind him
Yeah,
in the window, and they didn't
Yeah,
see
well-
him.
He did. There's a video. Gray Hughes. He put the video up because he took a photograph of him climbing over a little wall.
Yeah, that's why everybody jumps to conclusions right away, and you wait a week or two, and then more and more information gets released, and it's like, okay, how did these boneheads that were in the window miss this kid? There's no way. There is no excuse.
And then when you get the email to go to the rally, you're not allowed to take bags. They tell you not to take personal possessions or bags with you.
You can bring
Yeah.
bags. They're just they scan them and they look through them.
Yeah.
But they didn't stop him, and he had the sights in his hand.
But a lot of crap does not add up when it came to that assassination attempt, and I proved it.
The picture they took of him, he didn't have any sights in his hand.
Okay, you know what it looked like where he was standing on stage, right? And there were
Yeah.
three grandstands, plain as
Yeah.
day in front of everybody's view, and it
Yeah.
was all like a horseshoe shaped when you look at it from above. Okay, the grandstand to his right obstructed the view of that roof,
Yeah,
with the
'cause it was
exception-
higher than, it was
with the
higher than the stage.
with the exception of the one side that wasn't behind the tree. That's the only way he could have made that shot, and it's the only way those people could have seen him. And that's why a couple of people got shot that were in the grandstands right there, because the bullets had to go over the grandstands a little bit to hit
Yeah,
Trump.
yeah.
Exactly.
And the roof wasn't high enough to go over the grandstand, was it?
There was a jumbotron in the way, and plus the roof that he was on. If you were to walk from the stage over to the building he was at, it was down a hill. That's
Right,
another
yeah.
that's another thing that people do not observe and did not know.
No, but I
That-
do realise
that
it was
the
on
roof
a
was
hill
not-
now.
That the roof was not as high as they think it was, because when you walked from that building to the stage, you had to go up a hill.
Yeah, because when people were running away, they were running uphill.
The only way
Yeah.
to kill Donald Trump with an army gun. That's the only way you kill him, Sean. I'm being honest to you, not lying to you.
No, I could put. It's only speculation, but I could put together on how and why this kid did what he did.
Mm-hmm. But you get what I mean, Sean? That's the only way to kill Donald Trump, by an army gun.
Or someone should be tasting his food.
And there was only a few people in the know. He was approached by
Well, he was seen at the FBI building.
you can forget about that. That's just a distraction. I'm going
Is
with
it?
what is obviously out in front. Somebody approached this kid a couple weeks or a month beforehand, just like every other incident like this. Maybe not somebody from the government, but by a rich official or somebody working for somebody like that.
Yeah.
Somebody that probably works for Donald Trump. Going to approach this kid. And we know this kid was single, had a hard time getting a girlfriend. They usually are. He's on 4chan, just like all of them are. They'll be like, hey, I'll tell you what, kid, come over here. I'm going to show you a good time. He takes him out to a strip club, takes him to a brothel somewhere. He gives him women that he wants. Well, you do that to a kid that doesn't get laid, he'll do anything you want. Give him a little bit of money, show him a good time like that, and like, hey, we want you to do something. Feed him a story like this is really important. We want you to do this day at this time, and we got your back. We'll cover you. Well, what they're doing is lying to him. They're putting him into a position to make it look like he's going to make an assassination attempt on Trump.
But do you know what else didn't make sense? He turned his head to the right and pointed as it hit his ear. So how could it have been head up like someone on the roof in front of him? It had to be someone to the right side of him.
Look, all we heard was the pops of the shots being made, okay? If you ever have a round pass by your head, and especially the microphone that picked up the sound,
I would have better. Yeah,
have you, okay, I know you've never taken a bullet near you. I have. It makes a buzzing noise. Okay, hang on a minute.
Round.
Okay, let me try again. It makes a buzzing noise like a big hornet. You know, a big bumblebee. You will hear that. It makes a whizzing noise. I didn't hear that. But and yet we heard the pops and we didn't hear the whiz by his head.
No, and
you would have heard that.
Yeah, definitely.
The microphone would have picked it up, but it didn't.
And
he goes down. he goes down, and he stays down there. And when they get him up, he all of a sudden he's got blood across his ear. Now, let me tell you, he is really good friends with Vince McMahon, the owner of the WWE. He's been on Raw. He's been in WrestleMania, okay?
Yeah.
That's where he learned this from. Yeah, you go down, you can blade your ear or squirt this stuff on your ear and make it look like you're bleeding.
Yeah, but it was also on his cheek.
Because when he was hunched down like that, when he squirted it on his ear, it dripped on his cheek and made that line.
Yeah, but it weren't bleeding that much to like be dripping from his onto his shirt or his collar.
But in all incidences like this, nobody wants to think on a higher level. You gotta, when something like this happens, you gotta think on a different level. You got to think outside the box. What doesn't seem to be, you know, because you don't think of these things. But what you don't see or being told, you need to look at, and it can be very telling.
But for him to have that like line of blood like across his face, like it had smudged, right? Wouldn't it have been dripping onto his collar? He had a white shirt on, and
when he stood up, it could have.
Yeah,
but see, he went down and he was on his knees, bending forward. Okay, so the force of gravity is going to go towards his face. That's why there was that line of blood on his cheek.
But look at he didn't like leave the stage straight away. He was fist pumping, right? His adrenaline would have been going, and so your blood is pumping fast around your body. It's his head, right? So
Well,
it was
by the time he made it to the vehicle, if he was bleeding like that, yes, it would have been coming out a lot more than that and coming
yeah,
down his cheek and onto his shirt. But you
yeah,
notice it
and it
didn't do
was.
that.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Playing from laptop.
And that's when I thought, like, and I seen his ear, I thought, well, what? It scratched. It was scratched, was it? Like, just whizzed past and just.
In order for his ear to bleed like that and where it was bleeding from, the bullet went through the top front of the ear and exited the backside of the top left.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't.
It would have
His
left a
ear's
hole in
fine.
it would have left a hole in his ear, and there was no damage to his ear when you looked at him at the debate. It's amazing.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
why I smelled the rat from the get go.
Yep.
But people are going to believe the news. They're going to believe the propaganda. My country and my news won't lie to me when you keep finding lie after lie after lie. I don't believe anything our media tells us.
The
And
media
Nothing.
Hey.
even if it had,
propaganda.
you know, even if it had been a scratch, even a scratch scabs and takes time to heal. And when the scab falls off, the skin underneath's different colour. So how was it perfect?
I don't know,
Nothing
but
wrong with it.
I'll tell you this one. There's two different types of munitions this kid could have been using. Now, if he was using an explosive round, when it hit his ear, it would have ripped his ear off and part of his skull on that side of his face. He used a full metal jacket round. It passes through.
Yeah, but even if it were like, oh, well, I can't think of, I don't really know ammunition, but don't it get hot when it leaves the gun? Gets hot, doesn't
Hey
it?
guys, I'm just walking outside, okay? Just keep on talking.
Okay. So even a scratch or a burn, but there were nothing.
Yeah, if I recommend it, although some things in the judgment story that Jim Garrison did not make that speech that Kevin Costner did in the movie JFK, but everything else really did happen. Watch the movie JFK if you want to learn about
Oh yeah, I've watched
assassination,
it.
about
Yeah,
that.
I've watched it.
When you
Yeah.
watch that, that right there was the start of all this mess of false flags, being told a story. That's when our government lied to us because there was a lot of people behind this. And you'll
Did you
learn
ever
that Oswald had nothing to do with that assassination attempt.
did you ever play that game where you were stood in the position where he was, because there were a photo took where he's apparently at the window, and where the car was, and you had to try and like replicate the shot, and you couldn't do it. It was impossible. No one did it.
Well, through the testimony of the workers there that saw Oswald on the third floor lunchroom, they can't put him in that sixth floor window. And how we can positively know that he wasn't there is because there was one man that was up there that testified. His name was Bonnie Ray Lewis. He was eating his chicken lunch, and he finished, and then he left. He didn't see anybody on the sixth floor.
And they put him on the third floor, and from that sixth floor window,
Well,
there's no way
the two secretaries put him on the third floor because they saw him eating his lunch on the third floor. And when the assassination attempt happened, all the shooting, a motorcycle police officer, come running into the suppository building and saw Oswald on the first floor. There's no way he could have made those shots and then ran down the 6 flights of stairs past the two secretaries without being noticed, and he wasn't out of breath.
But He, they blamed him because of all pamphlets he were putting out and stuff, wasn't it?
And the latest news on the JFK assassination happened in 1979 when the Records Building re-roofed the building. They found
Yeah.
a spent 30-06 shell casing on the roof.
Ano? Roti. Come on, guys. Riding in it right now. So I'll be doing it for a while, guys. Sorry about the noise.
Yeah. Oh, it's not noisy. Bit of traffic. My dog's barking.
Hey, Vinco. Login Vinco.
So I bet you if we could have done that, replicate the shooting from the roof, we could have done that.
Anyway, if you don't you go to libraries and you don't read books that draws you to people who were there, that testified, people that were there that wrote books and gave what they saw, when you put it all together, you know that the story does not add up.
Mm-hmm. That's
No,
correct.
And people only want to go by what they're being spoon fed by the media. If you're looking for the truth there, you're not going to ever find it. You're going to be in a whirlwind of bullshit.
you
Yep.
just get called a conspiracy theorist, don't you? Because you're not.
Well, let me tell you this. The Warren Commission report and the 9/11 report were closely related, and those are conspiracy theories too.
Yep.
Because they can't because not even them can prove their story. But we can prove we got evidence and proof that fits the story of the so-called conspiracy theorist.
Because his best buddies with George Bush and his father.
But always remember, gravity is just a theory. But go jump off the roof of a building and see what happens.
You die.
But gravity is still a theory.
Gravity is a theory, Sean, but you die. You end up on the floor and splat.
It's kind
Yeah.
of funny that 4 of the so-called 19 hijackers were still alive after 9/11. Al Jazeera did an interview with them. And they were saying, we don't know why they were using our identity.
Yeah, I heard that.
And if they were flying the plane, how the hell are they still alive?
Only one person's dead.
That right there blows the lid off of it, and that's why you won't see you won't see those videos on YT anymore because those were taken
No,
down.
they took them off.
Yep.
And when after them interviews on Al Jazeera TV and they were taken down.
Yeah, your BBC was reporting a Building 7 collapsing, and behind the woman, Building 7 is still standing. How did they know? Because it hadn't collapsed yet. That you can find on YT. The woman reporting it, and Building 7 is still standing behind her, and she's reporting it collapsed.
I weren't watching it on BBC. I was watching it on Sky, I think.
You can look it up here on YT. Punch in the search field, it'll bring up the video of her reporting it, and it's not collapsed yet. And when you do see the footage of it collapsing, you look at that, and the first thing I saw is like, no, that was a controlled demolition. That building wasn't hit by anything.
That's what I thought. It was like it came down, straight down, like
a controlled demolition. But the media and the 9/11 report saw fit that it wasn't important to mention it. That's why a lot of people don't know that there was a third building that collapsed that day. And there's a lot to the story that you're not being told because the media won't say anything about it. They're not allowed to.
The train tunnel under New York, well, I mean, a lot of debris was there. Is that right, Sean? In 9/11.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Well, it's
So
like you've never seen footage when the Pentagon got it, but when you see the hole, it's like well, that were a rocket. that
look,
were a
there you cannot do anything anywhere near or around the grounds of the Pentagon without being on camera. And
yeah.
it's
They
not a
never
still
showed it.
camera. It's not a still
No,
camera either. But the
No,
government
it's
only released 4 frames.
yeah, and what they said was it was under it was under
And the
repair.
entire
That part.
and the
It was
entire plane, including the titanium engine, disintegrated. I
yeah.
highly doubt that because
No,
when
no,
I
that
was
part.
when I was 18, they found the black boxes, but you're not going to hear about it. But what happened is I used to work in metallurgy. I used to be a welder when I was 18, coming out of high school, briefly. And I used to weld and cut titanium steel. That's not an easy thing to do. You have to take a
no.
rosebud blowtorch and you have to heat it up to 2,000 degrees, which you're sweating your tits off
Yeah,
because it's
exactly.
so hot. And you're wearing
Yeah,
heavy leather to protect you from being burnt.
But
There's
exactly.
what
no
does
way
it?
a titanium engine is going to disintegrate.
But even the
Anyway,
fire,
anyway,
even the fire,
great John.
it was horrific, though. It was
The
definitely seen.
Pentagon, the Pentagon got hit by a cruise missile. When you
Yeah,
look at the
that's what I
hole,
think.
half of that building would have been wiped out if the plane had hit it. A big
Yeah,
plane like that
No bullshit.
but
would have made
there
a
was no
small
one in the
hole.
pen. There was no one in there. It was empty. It was either
Yeah,
being decorated. There weren't
yeah,
even any builders in there.
even the survivors will tell you that was no plane that hit us. But you're not going to hear their testimony.
Because their testimony would just be ignored. Is that right, Sean? Their testimony would just be ignored.
Well, look at this investigation into Trump thing. They just sat there and told loads of lies, and she's still head of FBI, Secret Service, isn't she?
But this goes along with what I'm trying to tell everybody. The United States has been living under a coup government since 1963. That wasn't an assassination. That was a coup.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's same in Britain, same here. Yeah, you've got no choice of who's elected, right? Jeremy Corbyn, he didn't stand the chance, and then we end up with these rich
You want to know
donors.
why? You want to know why they ostracized Jeremy Corbyn?
Yeah, because he's not one of the elite.
Well, no, that's beside the point. It's what he was trying to do for the English people.
Yeah, what we
But
needed as well.
the rich elite don't want that because it puts
No,
them out of business.
they want to make money.
What he was doing yeah, you got to put all the bullshit you've heard to the side. Okay, hold on a second. You put all that whirlwind beside you and look at the facts. Here's the facts. Here's why he was ostracized. He wrote a bill and it didn't pass, and it should have. What he was going to do is this: if you currently own a big corporation or company in England,
Yeah,
if you try to sell and go public or try to move the corporation, you must give the employees the right of first refusal. What that means is you have to sell it to the employees and run it as a worker cooperative. Okay? So
yeah,
these people can continually to have a job and create whatever it is that they're creating, or they can switch it to something else. Do you see where I am at right now?
yeah, yeah.
Anywhere I go up here, you won't see people begging for money you won't see someone hocked up on fentanyl. You won't see any homeless people here. Why? Because I am in the heart of the United States area that has a massive amounts of worker cooperatives. Everybody up here works. Everybody up here is not homeless. Everybody up here is not going hungry, and everybody works, and everybody's happy. And the neighborhoods, if I were to drive through them, you'd be amazed at what they look like. That's because of that's the future of our economy, not capitalism. It's worker cooperatives. It takes the tiny minority of the boards of directors and the major shareholders and throws them under a bus. And we do it democratically. Land O'Lakes butter or Land O'Lakes brand dairy products
Yeah.
been around since over 100 years. That's a worker cooperative. That means the employees own it. And when they make a decision, they do it democratically. Everybody votes on, okay, we're going to make this new type of butter. Let's vote on it. Everybody's got an equal vote. Do you think that happens in corporations in your
No,
country and mine? No, it's
no.
undemocratic.
And do you know another thing, right? I was watching this woman who lives in America, who also lives in Britain. She lives between the two. And she did identical shopping in like a store identical to our Tesco, right? Or like you've got Walmart and Asda, right? Your shopping, the cost of food, it's like 70% more than we're paying. I'm like, oh.
But
So
England is, your country is going through the same thing that mine is going through. But you're in a
yeah,
more
but
advanced stage of it. You have more poverty over in England than there is here. But
no,
it's getting
we
it's getting worse.
what
But
happened?
Corbett was going to end it by start creating worker cooperatives that would put people back to work, that would bring them
I
back to the middle class, if you want to call it that.
well, I can
But
go into
the rich elite in your country did not want that, like they don't want that here.
I can go into the city centre and maybe see 5 homeless people, and I bet you there's only like 2 or 3 of them like that are living on the street. But they are homeless people, but there's shelters and hostels and places for them to go. They don't have to be on the street, and they do get support. And people that aren't working do get regular, like they get support.
It's because
And
of our economic system does that. And what I mean by that is a lot of the manufacturing and a lot of the good paying jobs that you once had in your country packed up and left and abandoned you
no,
guys like they
Thatcher
did
got
here in
rid
the
of
United
them.
States.
Thatcher got rid of them back in 80s. The
No,
steel
she didn't get rid
industry.
of them. She gave them a tax break to pack up and move over to China, India, or
Yeah,
Brazil for cheap
was
foreign
because
labor.
they closed the coal mines, and we had to buy coal from Russia, and it was cheap. But once the coal mines were gone, it weren't cheap anymore, was it? And it was substandard. So people forget that a lot of our electricity is generated by fossil fuel. Yeah, and they keep going on
Well,
about,
coal or
well,
nuclear.
yeah, no, we've only got Sellafield, and that is like, well, it's over 50-year-old. It's ancient. And they're on about building
Yes,
a
the way
new
to
one.
go,
But
the
now they're
safest
going
and best
wind.
way to best way to go at it is not wind or solar. Those are good, yes, but the best way to do it is geothermal.
Yeah, but the banned fracking. They were fracking for, was it like oil they get from fracking? They banned that because it causes earthquakes, but they still do it in America.
But geothermal does not burn fossil fuels. It's the most safest and most sound way of doing things. But those
They
that
do
are
it
in the fossil fuel business are putting a stop to it because that puts
but
them out of business.
in
You see what I'm
places
getting
like
at?
Norway and Iceland, that's what they warm the houses on. That's where the heat comes from. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
If you come up with an idea or a concept of a good idea that's better and a lot safer to use,
They
but
don't want to know.
somebody is in making billions of dollars doing the same thing, but it's not safe and it's dirty. Do
Yeah.
you think that they're going to let you do this? No, they're going to try to put a stop to you.
Wait, look at Africa. The, our countries have donated loads of money to Africa for them to have clean, fresh water, right? But then Coca-Cola's over there, with bottling plants, and when they ain't got enough water, don't let the people, like even the people that work at the bottling plant, have water. They cut it off so that they
Yeah.
can use billions of gallons of water.
Yeah, let me give you an example. Forget about all that. But you mentioned Coca-Cola. Let's go with Coca-Cola for a minute. Here's a good example. Coca-Cola is an American company, correct? Okay.
Yeah,
Do you think that they make the most of their money here in the United States?
no.
Why is that? Why
Uh,
do they not make the most of their money here?
It's worldwide, and it's same with Ben and Jerry's. You met Ben and Jerry's and Coca-Cola, and
Hold on.
it's cheaper to buy it here. And it's gone
Well,
thousands of miles, and
yeah,
it's cheaper
but
here.
that's beside the point. The point I'm getting at is there's only 330 million people that live in the United States. Not a whole lot of people drink Coca-Cola. Okay? Doesn't matter what you charge for it. But when you go to a country like China and make Coca-Cola there and sell it to those people, you got 1.4 billion people.
but
That's
you know what?
that's 5 times the population of the United States. Who do you think is
But you
going to
know-
make more money for you?
China.
Do you know British government have now put sugar tax, so we get taxed on Coca-Cola, right? But you don't get taxed if you have the sugar-free aspartame version. I won't drink either. No.
Yeah, but you need to understand why that is. That is your rich elite and your government throwing up bullshit to keep you distracted from what I've been trying to tell you.
I'm not
They don't want you to know what I've just told you in the past hour of that I'm telling you.
Sean, I already know it. As processed foods and numbers and colour
See, no, you're still stuck.
The colour, dog food.
Yeah, you're stuck in a whirlwind. That's why you keep moving from one product to another. You're in a whirlwind of what the media is telling you.
No,
Hold on a second. They want you to look and only focus on what you're talking about. They don't want you to focus on what I'm talking about because I get to the core of the matter.
I buy flour and lard and butter, proper butter, and I make my own pastry. I make my own pies. I buy prop leg of lamb or joint of beef and steak mince, and I do not buy homemade lasagnas, homemade spaghetti. All this processed food, I don't eat it. I don't eat the bread either. Have you seen what's in bread? Oh, make your own bread. It's easy. I don't buy takeaways either.
But you're better off turning off your local news and not watch it. Because
I don't watch it.
look what they're doing to the mass of people. These people sound crazy. I'm like, you're focusing on only what they want you to know and only talk about what they want you to talk about. Me, I think about something, an issue, and I get to the core of the issue that is causing it.
And
But that's an uncomfortable way of going about it because it puts them out of business, the rich elite, and their comfortable situation.
I don't watch Sky News, BBC News. I watch Al Jazeera, and YouTube. I don't watch TikTok. Right.
I'd stay away from that, depending on your source of information.
No, I don't go for that. And on YouTube, I don't watch Al Jazeera channels, but like it's mainly people that are there putting it out the news. Do you know what I mean? General,
Yeah, like for
normal
instance,
people. Like you, when you were going on about the border, and I'm driving past and there's nothing, and I was like, yes, I know, because it's like these boats, all these thousands of people that are coming in daily. It's not true.
yeah,
So
but for instance, you got a bunch of people, and we've got them too, that support Israel. Okay, in their mind, everybody over there is Hamas. They won't address or talk about the innocent civilians that are getting slaughtered. Oh, they're Hamas.
but
Really?
where at?
Those
Just
children were Hamas? No,
not
I
even
highly doubt that.
not even a mile from where I live, John, there's a big Jewish community, right? And the Orthodox Jews, right? And there's a few thousand of them. But there's also a few thousand Muslims, and they've got shops on the same street, and they live in the same area, and they pass each other every day, and there's no trouble. But and they're against Zionism. They're not the Jews. They're not against Jews.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
against Zionism.
The ones that are over there, not all, but a good majority of them that live in Israel, are Zionist pigs.
Yeah, there's a difference. There's a difference. Big difference. And the way it's like the one about religion, and I've been
I don't
reading.
dip into that portion of it. I look at the facts. I take
Well, I've
religion
been
and push it to the side, and I don't even make it a part of the conversation because it has nothing to do with it.
no, it has, because
It has nothing to do with it. Religion has nothing to do with this. What it is, you look at a map pre-1949, there was no such thing of Israel. What you know of Israel today, it was called. Hold on, you're not
No, but
listening if you're talking. It
John.
wasn't known as Israel. It was known as Palestine. See, you're not listening.
I am.
It was.
I live
If you
there.
look at a map in 1949, you look at a map pre-1949, it was Palestine. Israel didn't
Yeah,
exist.
And the Brits allowed so many Jews together to live alongside.
There were
the
Jewish people already
Palestinians.
there.
Yeah,
There were Jewish people
yeah,
already living in Palestine.
yeah. But to now, right, in the 21st century, they are changing the Bible to put in Jerusalem, but it's not in the Bible. It wasn't a place.
Uh,
Do you get
but
me?
but I take religion and the Bible and push it to the side. It doesn't get to the core of the issue of what's
No,
going
but
on over there.
if they're changing religious text to put in a place that wasn't there, what never
That's
existed.
nothing new. That's nothing new.
And,
That-
and like
Look how many versions of the Bible there are, and everybody
Exactly.
only knows everybody only knows King James. And I'm like, did you ever ask the question who King James was? If you were to find out who King James was, you would have been like, I don't know if I want to read this version of the Bible.
yeah, and then you've got
And look, the religious texts have been changed to suit certain people. Okay?
and we're changing it.
It's been changed many a times. That's nothing new. That's old news.
Yeah, and it's like the Trinity. It weren't nothing to. That's not even in the Bible either.
Yeah, like what they teach the what I call evil evangelicals on TV are trying to preach that Jesus came here to make the white people rich.
Yeah, and like
Where did you get this from? But that's if you want to talk that. But I get to the core of the issue. This has nothing to do with religion. But Palestine was Palestine. Israel didn't exist. And these people moved in, and they've been constantly throwing people off their land, throwing them out of their house, the settlers, and just start building.
yeah,
If
Yeah.
everybody would get the actual real story of what's going on over there, and you look at map of today, and Palestine barely exists and is getting smaller by the day.
John, I was there.
That's a
I was
that's a
there.
genocide. I've been
I
there
was
too.
I was there in 1989 to 91, right? There were odd checkpoint, but it's like they became a prisoner. I went to River Jordan, and it was
Oh,
a rubbish pit.
did you see a woman and child get their brains blown out by one of the guards at the checkpoint that was carrying a basket full of cabbage? That's why I will never go back there. I
No, I've
witnessed
seen
that.
them. I've seen them beaten. I've seen little children beaten for chucking stones.
What would warrant someone taking an assault weapon and shooting a woman and a 5-year-old boy in the head, carrying a basket full of cabbage?
What
That
warrants
right there is awful. That is
What
that right there is murder, but they get away with it.
what warrants them picking someone up, a child as well, and putting them in prison without a trial? And
That's nothing new.
no, exactly, they were doing that then, but it got so worse. It were heartbreaking to see that all this old city, they had to put nets up because they were throwing rubbish into marketplaces and stuff. And then
Yeah, but what everybody don't hear is re-executions have been happening for the past 70 years.
yeah,
Some re-executions every day.
oh, didn't 2 Israeli soldiers go into the mosque and shoot people praying? That was in 80s, 90s.
Yeah, and Palestine used to be a country where Jews and Muslims and Christians all lived in harmony.
All lived together, yeah.
But in 1949, when those Jewish people started moving in over there, that's when the Zionism started, and they started pushing these people out.
And the mosque.
Let's look at the future. We continue to let them push these Palestinians out. Who's next? The Christians. We got to push them out now. You think they're going to stop there? No.
No, they're going to go to Lebanon and get the Christians out there.
Well, I think it all comes down to elite.
all about politics.
Yeah,
This is not politics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you
See,
heading now,
everybody throws politics out there. This had very little to do with politics. This
No,
Where are you
deals
heading
with
now, John?
because when you throw out the word politics, that's when everybody runs away and won't engage in the conversation anymore. It has
This
nothing
is
to do with it.
It's to do with ethnic cleansing. It's to do with mass genocide. It's to do with control, just taking it, which is what British has done for years and for centuries. And I'm sorry to say that the Brits and the Americans are probably working hand in hand. You know, white supremacy under guises of religion and politics that cause wars. No, it's not. It's the people that are invested in it. But the everyday normal people paying the taxes have no choice in the matter. And it's really sad.
But
I mean,
our current economic system, which everybody that can hear my voice, the economic system that we currently live under, capitalism, has outlived its usefulness just like every other economic system in human history. They're born, evolve over time, and die. Capitalism, no exception. Born 17th century England, spread throughout Europe, and then matured over those 300 years. And you can look around in your country today and it's not working. And it's not. There's a reason why it's not.
you know, when you look at the population chart of the world, and for years they've been estimating, so it's going up and up and up, yeah, because of like medicine advances and birth advances and that.
The majority of the population is in where Cher lives. Southeast Asia is where the majority of the population of the planet is.
But you know, if you look at the statistic, what the and how many people are going to be here in 2030, suddenly half the world's gone. Half the population has gone. Where? Do you know what I mean? The prediction of like, and I was like, so they predict it's going up and up and up, so many thousand every year, and then all of a sudden for the 2031,
Not in
it's
Japan.
just like,
Not in Japan. Japan's the number one country of having a population decline because people are not
Yeah.
having kids over there. People are not getting married. Just like here in the States, people are not getting married hardly anymore. It explains why David Bridal, the biggest wedding company that sells suits and everything else and your wedding dress, went out of business 4 years ago because people are not getting married anymore. And a lot of people are not having kids anymore. There is a stint here where there's going to be a population decline, and it's going to hit here in the United States too.
yeah, and a lot of it is to do with the food we eat, the water we drink. It's like, really,
No.
you're being chemically poisoned as well.
That has nothing to do with it. Why there's a population decline? No, it's because people that are getting more and more intelligent, they realize that if we can't financially take care of children, why are we having them? So a lot of people are not having kids. That's the whole, right there. Japan was the first one to figure it out. They're all educated over there, and they learned that they can't not afford. They can barely sustain themselves, let alone have it bring a life into the world. They're smart enough. Okay, I'm going to have sex, but I'm going to have safe sex, so an accident doesn't happen and I get pregnant. Because a lot of people can't afford to have kids anymore. That's why there's a population decline in certain countries.
Here in Europe, they're looking at the the sperm count and how it's like something's happening where it's not the sperm count's not as high as it should be, and then you've got obesity and fast food, and people don't know how to cook anymore.
That's a given. Why? Because a lot of moms didn't raise their kids that way, or it had something to do with technology. The invention of the microwave in the late 70s.
Yeah.
Oh, we just throw it in the microwave, it'll be good. No, it tastes like shit. The microwave is only good to warm food up and to make popcorn. It's the only good thing that a microwave is good for. To cook food, no.
No, I like my oven and my hob. I like proper cooked food. Don't like nukes food. Don't like it's just weird. Even bread, when you look at, I look at what's in the food, I pick some up and I think, God, what's that? Monosaturated fat. No.
The problem, if you look at the food over here in the United States, they serve like that, it's packed full of high fructose corn syrup. That's why a lot of people here in the States, we have a weight issue and we have high diabetes because they put high fructose corn syrup in damn near everything. And it's not needed. It's done as a preservative, so the food lasts longer on the shelf for them to sell it.
Yeah, and you've got all them pesticides they use as well. They're being banned in our country, the pesticides, and we've got a sugar tax as well.
Yeah, but they're doing that to distract you from the real issue. You get with the real issue, that'll fix that problem.
No, it won't though. You're sticking a sticking plaster on something and not fixing the issue. But wait, now learn to cook from scratch. Look what you're eating. Look at the calories you eat. Look what you
But if you look at the source, all these issues that you've talked about, if you were to focus on the economic system we live under and change, then you're going to change everything else along with it. If you don't focus on that, you're not changing anything.
No, it's like, oh, well, we'll bring in electric cars. Well, how do you get electric? How we generate an electric? Fossil fuel. So what's the difference between petrol and electric? Do you know what I mean? Because Scotland, their oil's probably running out and we have to buy it from somewhere else. Do you know what I mean? Oh, well, we'll go electric.
My
That's solving
economics-
the problem.
My economics professor told me this. When you all graduate from here and you go to visit other countries and you want to understand the politics, the culture, the art, and the music, if you want to understand that about any country, regardless of what it is, you have to have a clear understanding of the production and distribution of the surplus. When you understand that, you'll understand that country's culture a lot better.
Well, by 2030, they were going to ban all cars that were run on fossil fuel and we were all going to go electric, right? Well, they've scrapped that idea now, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
putting a tariff on the best electric cars that are made in the world, made by China, BYD.
Well-
They put a tariff when they mention tariffs. You think that it's affecting China. No, it's
No,
not
it's
affecting
affecting
China
us.
one. It's not affecting China one bit. It's affecting you as the consumer because you're paying a heavy tax. Like those electric cars that are coming from China,
Yeah.
that are coming here to the States, they're $30,000. We put 100% tariff on them, so you're going to pay 60. China's not going to pay any tariff. You are.
But
That's why
we've got
tariffs don't work.
We've got Nissan, right? And they're made in this country. They made Dant Road. So, and they went into doing the electric Nissan Leaf, and that didn't take off. And
Yeah, but the
it's like-
mass of people, what I just told you, the mass of people think, oh, they're going to slap the mother of all tariffs on China. And they think that's going to stick it to China. No, it ain't. It's sticking it to you. But they're not going to tell you that.
But they took the contract off Huawei for installing 5G and updating a system, right? As NHS is running on XP, right? And the set, because the banned Huawei now and saying, no, we're not having China updating our infrastructure as like fibre and all this sort. No. So they set us back for 5G for well, a good 10, 15 years. And stopped Huawei phones and all and them doing contract to update things because they're spying on us. No. They want us to pay more. Got BT doing it
China
now.
isn't spying on anybody.
BT Open Reach.
We're spying
all
on
that.
we're spying on China a lot more than they're spying on anybody else.
Yeah. But
Because
in the
because
UK,
you were told to believe and accept that without question. Let me
no,
tell you
I
what
don't
China's
believe and
interested
accept
in.
that. I
Here-
think
Yeah,
they've
here's what
set us back.
Here's what China believes in. If you go over there and talk to them, anybody, just pick them out at random. Let's do business. Where can I gamble? And where are the women? That's it. They're not interested in spying on people. They're not interested in anybody or taking this country over, that country. They
No.
go to their government. They send guys dressed in suits, really snazzy and everything, and they talk to their government. Say, look, modern day telecommunications, you could use some more roads, and you could use some ports, and we'll do all this for free. Why would they do that? Because they want to do business with more people.
Yeah.
And not only that, it lifts their economy and it lifts those people out of poverty. But what do? What do we do in the West? We send tanks, bullets, and guns and start killing a lot of people. The Chinese are a lot more humanistic than we are because I
Well,
look at the big picture. I don't focus on what I'm being told.
yeah, and it's like a few years ago it was everything was made in Taiwan. Now it's just made in China. You still buy like as glasses, as steel, as it all comes from China, and like as phones, mobile
Yeah.
phones, and
Yeah, well, you're
as
getting all excited about
television.
that. You know why, right? It wasn't your government that did that. It's your corporations and your manufacturing corporations decided to abandon you and your country for cheap foreign labor over in another country.
Yeah,
That's why
and then
China has 1.2 billion at that time. When they did this, the Chinese lifted 800 million people out of extreme
out of
poverty.
poverty. Yeah, but that's what our country's doing, putting people into poverty because there's no jobs, there's no skilled labour. Unless you've got a good education, you're not going to get anywhere.
It was like this. It wasn't the Chinese government that came here and forced our government to make the Apple iPhones in Beijing. No, Steve Jobs
No.
decided
Hey
that.
guys, I'm back.
Yeah,
You know who Steve Jobs is, right?
yeah.
He's the owner of the Apple company. Well, the major shareholder. He decided that, not the governments. It wasn't the Chinese government that came over to Washington D.C. to my government and forced our government to sell 2/3 of our national debt to them. No, it was our government that decided that. And China was kind enough to loan us the money.
Well, our universities are struggling at the minute, and foreign students that come, they pay twice as much money as us Brits. And if, like, when we go to uni, when you get your job, they only take so many percent to pay back like your $6,000. But when we came out of Europe, because Europe used to pay into universities, and like Oxford, Cambridge, they're the best in the world. You've got Durham University and that, and it's gone up to £12,000 now for a foreign student per year.
Yeah.
Right?
Until they get wise like Europe mostly does. Germany, Finland, Sweden, Norway, the white countries, let's put it that way, in
Yeah.
Europe. You know what they do? They don't charge you anything for college, tuition
Anything.
free.
Yeah. But
That's why I'm thinking about sending my daughter to the University of Munich because she likes Germany and she
Yeah.
can go there for free.
£12,000 a year here, and
But
the government is not giving the universities any support, right? And they were struggling with like getting foreign students in to pay that much, and they're going to have to put the fees up even more to cover the cost of running the university.
cover the cost of what? You're covering the cost of what? No, you're not covering the cost of anything. You're told it's a cost. No, what you're doing is you're supporting rich billionaires' lifestyles. That's where that money's going.
No, do you know these, like, when you go like Oxford and Cambridge, they're really ancient old buildings. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like Buckingham Palace. They're doing that up now, right? They charge people to go in and have a look. It's full of rats. The wiring, it's like they're going to spend millions on it, and they reckon, oh well, taxpayers going to pay that. It's only in the past 10 years, royal families started paying
Yeah,
any tax.
the taxpayers are going to pay for it to sustain the tiny minority that are rich billionaires.
Yeah,
You understand it now.
yeah.
That's the only reason why there's cost involved at all. But the majority of people do not want to hear that because it's the truth.
But you've got the Crown Duchy, which is the royals that own most of UK. So they get money from like the land, they're like the landlords, so they get money. Yeah. It's just crazy, man. Crazy.
But like this, when you don't go by the issues that everybody talks about foolishly, like you hear in the media, and keep repeating it, and you focus on what I focus on, you get more of a clearer picture and makes more sense.
Wait, look at the British Museum and from around the world, the artifacts that have been stolen, especially from Egypt, and they won't give them back.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
And then you've got the crown jewels that came from like India and places like that, and Africa, the gold, and they won't get it back. And then look at all these migrants and they're taking his jobs and that. I'm not being funny. Our nurses are Filipino. We've got brilliant nurses, but they're not the Filipinos, and they speak brilliant English. And
Yep.
and people moan. And as doctors, we haven't got many British white doctors. No, they're Indian,
Yeah, you want to know why?
Pakistani.
You
But they
want to
don't-
know why that is? I can
But they
explain to
don't-
you why that is. You can forget about everything you're about ready to say.
No,
The
they
reason
go
behind that.
private. They go private to get more money.
Okay, let me go back. You know why that is? That there's a lot of doctors and nurses that are Filipino and not British. Want to know why? Because you Brits can't afford to go to college to get a medical degree.
Yeah, you can. You don't have to pay until you get your job. We're too lazy to.
Yeah, but they're finding out that it's not that they're finding out that the pay is not sustainable to make have a living and be able to pay that debt back at the same time.
It's like
Because we
the
got
farmers.
because we have a lot of them living in poverty that are in the medical field.
And do you know what else they're doing? The farmers are selling off farmland to build houses.
And the reason why those Filipinos can be successful is because you can pay them a substandard living versus the nurses in your country. Hold on a second. The nurses that they would hire there that are from England, they'd have to pay more. But they hire the Filipino nurse.
No,
They don't have. Hold on a second. They don't have to have that. Okay, forget it. If you're talking, you're not listening.
No, I live
Calm
here,
down,
right?
guys.
And my mum was a nurse, yeah? And my mum was a clinical teacher of nurses. And the issue
That's fine. But it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
The issue is the education system, that people and they're not interested in school or learning.
That's not true.
I think a lot of kids in our country, we've got a drug
It's economical, like I tried telling you.
They come from.
You got boards of directors that are in charge of the hospitals or the NHS. Okay, they're making a lot of money. Okay,
Yeah.
they're not going to hire you, local medical people, if you can afford to go to college. They're not going to hire those people. They're going to hire Filipinos that they can pay a lot less because they don't have a college degree to pay for. It's probably already paid for because they came from the Philippines. Hold on a minute. You're not listening. They don't have to pay back their college, or they already got it paid off. The college they went to in the Philippines, they already have the degree in their hand. So they don't have to pay them a lot of money. That's why you got a lot of Filipino doctors and nurses there. Because over here, we got a lot of them that are not Filipino, that are Americans, that are living in poverty. Because they're trying to pay back the debt that they owe, plus sustain a life for themselves. That's why it's economical.
Yeah.
That's why we do have a lot of Filipina doctors and nurses over here. My doctor is a Filipina.
Sean, listen,
Guys,
Yeah, I'm
the
getting-
problem here in the
I'm getting to the root of the.
Sean, you've got the NHS and then you've got Bupa private. So what happens is
Yeah, I know. I just told you that.
the British nurses go into, and then they end up going to private sector, which the doctors do as well. Whereas
Because it pays more.
yeah,
And the private is not covered under the NHS.
yeah, and then what happens is we ain't got enough NHS doctors, so they bring in private doctors and they pay the private doctors and the private nurses 3 times as much money.
Yeah. You want to know
Yeah,
why that is, right? Because the
poor
people in your
management.
government, why that is because the people in your government are trying to destroy the NHS.
Yeah,
Because
so
it
they get all
works for
private.
everybody and not just a limited few, and they can make billions off of it. That's why capitalism doesn't
Exactly.
work.
Yeah,
I get to the root of every issue, and it goes right back to the economy. You
and
fix
NHS.
that, that fixes all the other problems that we have. Everybody just focuses on the little issues. Don't
But when you
focus on
look at
these little issues. Focus on the
but
economy. That right there
when you
is your
look at
answer.
the private sector of the health service, right? There ain't no
And
Filipinos.
how many of them are? How many people could afford the private sector? Not many. They're mostly wealthy and rich.
Yeah, or you pay your medical insurance. But like you say, it all come. It's
Which is legalized fraud.
yeah.
Look, even with the best medical insurance you can buy here in the United States, even with that, you go to the hospital or anything, you go bankrupt. End of story. Insurance is legalized fraud. You pay so
And you know,
much into it, and you get nothing out in return.
and you know, as mental health part, it's been sold off to Richard Branson. Richard Branson runs the mental health. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And these issues will never be fixed. They're only going to get worse until you address the economic system itself, which has
Yeah.
nothing to do with all these other little issues. You fix the economic system to where it works for everybody and puts people back to work, then you fix the issues. Like I said, whenever I go to another country, everybody goes and sees the sites and thinks they're an expert of that country. No, not at all. When I go there, I go to a library, I go to a piece of theater, I talk to some people about what I'm talking about. Then you really learn about that country. I'm not an expert in any country, but there's a lot I do know. And the first thing you want to do is you focus on the production and distribution of the surplus. You do that, you'll have a clear understanding of the politics, the culture, the art, and the music. Because the surplus, what people produce, and who gets the surplus, when you sell everything, who gets that money? Well, a tiny minority of people. Well, then you can pretty much well understand why their culture and their art and the music sounds like it does, because it shapes it.
Well, it's sad that we're losing as farms because the Polish we had Polish and Eastern Europeans used to come and pick veg and help the farmers. There's not many British people that would do that. So, like, we're importing it into the country, and there's farms are closing and they're building houses. We're never going to recover that again. And you can't rely on bringing like strawberries from Spain. You know what I mean? When we used to have loads of strawberry fields. And it's sad. And then you've got a two-tier health system. You've got your private and your NHS, and it's poor management. And it's like you can't have a two-tier with like not all rich people have go to Bupa or private. They rely on NHS, but they tend to get appointments quicker than everybody else. You can't get doctor's appointments anymore. The doctors don't come out to see you at home anymore.
Let me give you another example of what I've been trying to tell everybody here. Say the four of us are sitting at a table. We got one from Australia, one from England, one from the United States, and one from the Philippines, okay? Four of us, okay? I pay for a pizza, and there are 10 slices, okay? Plenty for everybody. There are 10 slices of pizza. You guys made it, and I didn't, because I paid for the ingredients. You guys made it, and you bring it to the table, and we go to eat it, and I took 7 slices, and you guys get 1 slice each, if you're lucky. Do you think that that's a stable situation?
No, that's why I said about Ben and
Why
Jerry's.
is that? Why is that? Just focus on the pizza I'm talking about, not Ben and Jerry's.
Because the
Why
person that's
why would
making
that
it
not
wants
be a
to make
stable?
the money. The person to putting the ingredients in
You're,
is uh,
you're part. You got part of the answer, but don't forget when the pizza came to the table, I took 7 slices and left only 3.
yeah, because you take the lion's share.
Do you think that that's a stable situation? Well, that's the kind of economic system we have, and
Yeah, yeah,
it's getting worse.
yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree.
Like, hey, motherfucker, we could at least all get 2 slices each, and there's 1 piece left over, and we can fight over it. But no, I took 7 slices. That's not a very stable situation. Just like our
Yeah, but
economy.
it's greed. How much money does? How much pizza do you want? Yeah.
And here's
Are you
another
gonna, are
one
you gonna eat it all
yeah,
or waste it?
here's another one I can give you to understand. We have almost 8 billion people that live on this planet. 8 billion. Now wrap your head around that. 8 billion. That is a lot of people. Okay? 8 billion people. Out of that 8 billion people, last time I looked, it was 42 people. 42 of the richest people on this planet have more wealth than everybody else.
Yeah.
They have the like 80% of the wealth, and we all, the rest of us, fight over the last 20%.
Yeah, and then they go on about
Hold on a
global
second.
warming.
I'm not done yet. Which of you has a moral, ethical, or religious values to such a system? That right there kills it.
It does, doesn't it?
Because nobody can
And then,
answer that. They don't have an explanation to that, especially a religious one. Do you
I
think
have. It's immoral.
Do you think when
It's
they say
immoral.
God bless America, do you think he's going to bless something like that? Jesus himself would bless that. I
It's
don't
immoral.
think so. Just like when they keep saying God bless America, there are only 2,000 billionaires and millionaires that live in this country. The rest are on the brink of poverty. Do you think God would bless America for that? Out of 330 million, 2,000 are disgustingly wealthy.
And what can we do about it? Not all.
Change the economic system.
They're
They
not
can
gonna
keep what they
do.
get. They can keep what they get. They can keep what they got, but develop worker co-ops and ask people: would you rather work in the top-down hierarchical meritocracy and make a substandard living, or would you like to work in a democratic workplace? If people given that choice, where do you think they're going to go? They're going to go to the democratic.
Instead, we've got 0-hour contracts. We've got overwork, minimum pay, poverty.
Because
people
that's
struggling.
capitalism.
Yeah.
Because that's the economic system we live in. That's capitalism.
Like yourself, how hard you work, and all them knickers you dropped off today. Do you know the cost of them? Ridiculous. Oh, consumerism.
Because when we changed our economic system from 2 other versions over human history, it's the same dichotomy. And that's what's been holding us back. Feudalism. The serfs made a vast surplus. The feudal lords got it and decided what to do with it.
Yeah.
In slavery, the slaves developed a surplus and gave it to the masters, and they decided what to do with it. In capitalism, we have employees making the surplus for the employers. Now, do you see the dichotomy there? It's the same.
Yeah. Just different name, different Different
Yes.
time, same
That's why
old shit.
that's why back in the 19th century in 1865, a man from Trier, Germany, that lived most of his life in London, England, where he wrote his work,
Karl
pointed
Marx.
this out. Pointed this out that long ago. Oh, so you
Mm.
know of Karl Marx?
Yeah,
He's not.
yeah.
No, he's not an evil man, is he? When you read about
No,
him,
no, no. And it's like, you look at St. George, he was Turkish, and the Crusades, that weren't religious. You know what they did?
yeah. And just to let
Yeah.
everybody know, in case there's any trolls in here, yes, I'm what you call a Marxist, and I'm proud of it. I take an appreciation what one can learn from Karl Marx, which I do.
Yeah. It's
If you were
like,
to actually read his work and you get the actual understanding instead of somebody telling it to you,
yeah, so
because they don't even know.
the workers would put in the effort and take a percentage back of what they make instead of giving it all to the employer. So the employee, the harder the work, the more money they would get.
Well, we're ending employers, employees. What Karl Marx's idea was, when you pay attention,
Is a
is
cost,
this
like,
is a worker co-op. Everybody
that's
gets
what he
paid
said.
what they normally would get paid at a job,
Yeah,
and then you
and the
got a surplus,
extra for the
and
profit.
then you have the surplus at the end. That would usually go to like Jeffrey Bezos. That's why he makes $200 billion a year.
Oh, yeah,
But in a worker co-op, that doesn't happen. When they look at the surplus, it's the employees that vote and decide on what to do with it, instead of it
yeah,
going
whether,
to a tiny minority of people.
yeah, as to whether to invest in the company or to buy new machinery to make more product, or
You
to whether
could
to put
vote
the
on
money.
that. You
Yeah,
can vote on that, and that's what a lot of worker co-ops do. If everybody
and
were to
that's
come here to Wisconsin and part of Minnesota, and Western Iowa has really picked up on this, when you see the change that they witness, because I witnessed it. A town 10 years ago went to worker co-ops. This place looked like a ghetto. It was bad. There was a lot of people out of work, a lot of drug use, you name it. But now when you go through that town today, none of that. Everybody works. Everybody makes a living. Everybody's well taken care of. That's
yeah.
what a worker co-op did for everybody, and not just a tiny minority.
And everybody, man and woman's treat equal as well, because men do get paid more than women in UK,
Yeah,
even doing the
and the
same
divorce.
job.
And then when you go down to social issues, because they went to worker co-ops, there's no such thing as divorce there. You see happy families, children, white picket fences. You see that, the American dream, right there. That's the American dream. You're not going to do it in this one. Not in the second economic system we're in. The
No,
the
no,
American dream was, well, it was always that. It was a dream. It never was real.
it's
It's a
greed. It's even pensions. And how long you got to work? Like, oh, you got to work till you're 70. Well, what's the point of retiring? Most people retire at 70 and they still have to work.
how you doing, Shanny girl? I think you're the only one in the chat.
Oh, and you know the other thing they do? The other thing they do here,
Hey.
Sean, is, you know, if you
Yeah.
need to go into a care home, they'll sell your house to pay for it. Ridiculous amount of money. So you work, you pay for a pension, you end up in a care home with dementia, and by the time you pass, you've got no money left or nothing to pass on to your family because they've took it all back to
Yeah,
pay for your care.
the ground zero of this whole thing of worker cooperatives, if you want to find out, it's over there in Europe. It's in Mondragon, Spain. Mondragon,
What's that,
Spain
Trevor?
is just south of the Pyrenees Mountains, which
I'll
separates
have a look at
France and
that.
Spain. It's a town, and everything. They got over 200 worker cooperatives. You read about what happened to that town and what happened to Spain, and then how they got to where they are. You have to understand what Spain went through. They went through a civil war.
And
There was
yeah,
world and
revolution.
oh, hold on. We try again. There was a civil war. Yeah, they had the revolution with Franco, but and then there was World War II. You're talking about a devastated European country, a devastated economy, lots of poverty everywhere. What happened in Mondragon was in 1956. A priest named Father Arizmendi, everybody's at mass, and he says, if we wait for a rich capitalist to come in here and give us all jobs, we'll all die of old age and hunger. So I suggest we become our own employer, in which he started it called Mondragon, named after the town, with 6 people in his church and himself. Started a worker cooperative. Let's fast forward to today. They have over 200 companies that are worker co-ops. They have a university there in that town that will teach anybody that wants to create a worker co-op. Highly developed. Here is a poor, backward town that bailed itself out by making a worker cooperative with a priest and 6 parishioners. But what Father Arizmendi did, he was loved so much. There were some people that moved to like San Francisco, and there are 5 bakeries, and they named them after him, called Arizmendi Bakeries. There's a lot of
Well,
clicking and background noise.
It
I
was
think
me, Sean. I'm very sorry. I was trying to talk, but you keep on talking, guys. That I'm giving you away. Are you talking about the nurse and the doctors here in the Philippines? Why they transferring to other country? I will tell you now why they're transferring there.
More money.
The salary here is not good. I'm telling you now. And then most of them, especially the auntie of my daughter, is a former doctor. You know what she did? She transferred to become a nurse. And she went to other country. Why? Because the salary here is not enough.
It's better
And
than
you
what they
pay a
would
lot of
have in.
taxes.
Yeah, it's better than what they would have in the Philippines,
Hmm.
but not as much as your doctors and nurses used to make here.
Uh-huh.
It's all economical. They'll pay them less because
Hmm.
the doctors and nurses that exist here in the States, they want too much. They get paid too much.
Yeah. No, because if their salary is $500 for us, it's almost 100,000 now. We can buy a lot of things from that. We can buy let's say we can rent a house and we can have an everyday food and pay for bills.
Hmm. But you see that when they bring those Filipino doctors and nurses here, they can pay them
Hmm.
less, and that's more money for the administration and the boards of directors of the owners of the hospital. They get more
Yeah.
money. That's why
Hmm.
they live these lavish billionaire lifestyles. That's what we're
what
Hmm.
supporting. That's what we're
when
supporting.
a Filipino nurse and a British nurse in NHS get paid exactly the same amount of money, but then it's hard work and long
Yeah,
hours. So
yeah, but
you
you
tend
don't.
to get you tend to get the British nurse then thinks, oh, I can get 3 times as much as that. I'll go to the
Yeah,
private sector.
but the majority of your fellow countrymen that have gone to college that can't find a job except for being a barista at a Starbucks or something like here in the States. And they got to pay that
Yeah.
back to go to college.
Hmm.
But there's no work for them.
Well, my kids
That's
have all
why
gone to,
that's why
they've
a
all
lot of your
gone to uni.
population is not going to college anymore. A lot of your kids here, the alphas, they're the next generation. They're not going to college because they're like, why go in this massive debt to be a barista at a Starbucks? Because that's all there is.
Well,
Hmm.
my youngest she's 22 and she's learning to teach dermatology, and
Wow.
my oldest one she's in advertisement put it at like TV and internet advertisements. And works for like
Mhm.
Virgin Money, Greg's, and they're buying
Share.
their own homes.
What?
Share. Can you drop my
Yes.
StreamYard link? Because
Hold on, guys. Okay.
no, because Noel's down there again. You can come up here. At least I hope
Well,
I say your name right, Noel
I'm gonna
or
get off
Noel.
because I need to hop to the shop and get some dog food and odds and ends. But I'm on the same wavelength as you, Sean. Yeah, I really am.
But a lot of people that I discuss this with, they keep bringing up all these small issues, and I'm like, focus on what I'm talking about, because that's your distraction. And I proved it. And if you think about it, that's all it is to distract you from what I'm trying to tell you, what the source of the issue is.
Well, I think they're trying to destroy our NHS, and we're getting more and more like America, and they want you to pay for your health, which you do pay for. Actually, you pay into the health service out of your wages.
Thank you, Cher.
But that's what they're trying to do: make more money, run it into the ground. Poor management, but the managers get quite a lot. But anyway, I'll take care anyway, Sean.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I hope you learned a lot. That's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Well, nice to meet you again, Angel.
agree. Yeah, you too. But I agree with everything you say. I see it like that, and
But that's why Jeremy Corbyn was ostracized, because what I'm talking about is what he was trying to introduce to England. But your rich elites do not want that.
Mhm.
No, Corbyn wanted it into public sector, and they're all taking it to private sector, and that was the issue. Because the public sector, it will become a cooperative. If it was a private sector, it's the elite. And that's what's happened, and that's what's happened in America. And yeah. But anyway, take care.
Yeah, take care,
you
Angel.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Sean, you're really intense. My goodness, you keep on yelling. What's wrong with you?
That's because she when she's trying to talk, she's not listening.
Okay.
If you're trying to talk, you're not listening. And I was getting to the root cause that would solve every issue she just mentioned. What I'm talking about is that solution.
Okay.
But you got people running around here saying, "Oh, it's the immigrants, or it's the gay people, it's these people." No, the reason why that is mentioned is to distract you from the real issue of what I talk about. You solve the issues I talk about, you won't have to worry about all those other issues.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of problems right now here in the Philippines, okay, and also to other countries as well.
It's all, and in the Philippines, it's all economical, just like us. But your country is more severe than we are.
Yeah.
But we're catching up to you.
Yeah. Oh my God, Sonny. It was really nice, that you become live, You know what? You must do this every day, Sean. Why? First of all, you're always traveling.
But a lot of people don't want to listen. A lot of people will not want to listen to it. They don't want to hear the truth. They want to live in Disneyland and the fantasy land like it's still there and it's a reality. Like when I visited your country from the plane, everybody was talking about that there's the squatters area in Manila. And I'm like, oh, really? I could take you to places okay, I'll try again. I'll take you to places in Detroit and Camden, New Jersey that look just like that.
Okay.
But you won't hear anybody discuss that. Like, there's places in Detroit that look worse than that.
Mm, sorry, guys. I just went out because there's no food at home, and I wake up around 6 o'clock in the evening now, and I received a message from a certain person about my client, and he was asking me, to do, a wedding picture. How can I do it?
Mm.
I was trying to
Um,
ask you
yeah,
where I can send those painting, and you don't even tell to me the address.
hello.
So do
Hello.
I have to continue the business?
I have no idea. Noel,
Yeah.
share drop the StreamYard link if you want to join us up here.
Listen, I dropped it already. The StreamYard link.
Yeah, I just told her that.
Mm-hmm. And there's not so much people there.
Excuse me. And that's why J Mike did not like discussing things with me, because
Mm-hmm.
when he thinks about it, he knows I'm right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, J Mike, if ever
But
you come there, he would
but
keep
he
on
grew
talking.
but he grew up in a generation that capitalism is the greatest thing since sliced bread, probably better, and will never go away. But he doesn't
Mm-hmm.
realize that the people who articulated slavery said that, and the people that articulated feudalism said that. So, of course, the people who love capitalism say that, but the burden's on them. Every
Mm-hmm.
economic system in human history are born, evolve over
Mm-hmm.
time, and die, just like everything else, and
Mm-hmm.
in favor of something better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, Sean, I was on Facebook. I was a featured artist. Sean, thank you for your help.
Sure.
Yeah, it was written over there my information that I'm a YouTube blogger, and most of my artwork was in USA, Australia, UK, Netherlands, and Sweden and Italy. But I didn't include Italy for a while because too many countries that I'm going to mention. But normally,
Hmm.
the first person who appreciated my artwork is from Netherlands and Italy. This Italian is from Bologna. Yeah, he's my friend. His name is Mauricio. Oh, Sean, it's Sean. Yeah, guys, this is a 4 hours live stream, and yeah, and Sean needs a lot of support, a lot of watch hours. So I hope we what we call
Well, I
this
gotta
we
end.
what you're going to end now? Okay,
Uh,
so I gotta go.
yeah, I
Okay,
have to
bye
end.
guys. Okay, bye guys. Bye.
I'll talk to y'all later. Thanks for coming. Bye bye.